Hello, everybody. Everybody's having an absolutely wonderful day so far. I know I am. And I know we have a bunch of Silksong to go beat. A bunch of bosses hiding absolutely all over the place. Especially now that we finally have the Craw summons, or the Craw summons. Which, yeah, probably the first one we're gonna go handle. I'm guessing that's over in Craw Lake. I'm gonna guess that's over in Craw Lake somewhere. So probably start off by traveling to Greymore. Hi, Bellbeast. Probably start off by traveling to Greymore, and then won't take one boss at a time is definitely how you gotta do it. Because there are a lot of them. Because we have whatever boss is presumably over here. There's a boss, I'm guessing, somewhere in Far Fields. Probably somewhere around here. There is Trobbio in Trobbio's home. There's Watch at the Edge over here. There's the boss at the arena in Sands of Karak. There are a lot of bosses. A lot of bosses hanging out to sink our teeth into, I guess. Realistically speaking, to get absolutely destroyed by. That tends to be about how Silksong goes. Actually, I should let my silk fully regenerate at the bench. Because it's not much of a reason to not have full silk going into an area. I mean, right? Oh. Because having some silk there is good. Hey, welcome to the stream. Scott Shredding, so looking for people in Act 3? Well, we're in Act 3. There are bosses absolutely everywhere, and most of them have proven to be quite difficult. Should also probably pay attention to where I'm actually running. Yeah, welcome to stream. Actually, Farfields might have been a closer bench to Craw Lake, that I'm thinking about it. Because I always forget that there's that shortcut up. I always forget about the shortcut up into Craw Lake area. Yeah, got absolutely destroyed by these bosses. Some of them haven't been too bad, and by some of them I mean like one of them was slightly reasonable. And one of the bosses was slightly reasonable, at least, which would be the plasmium, the plasmium guy over in Wormways. But most of the other bosses have been a rather rough time. I'm guessing this is where we turn in the Craw summons. I figured it was probably somewhere in this area. I was expecting it to take slightly longer to find. But I was just going to check inside the building because I do remember that hitting this lever was one of the requirements for it to actually spawn Zango. That guy was a tank, but also you combine Flint Slate, Flea Brew, and Hunter's Crest, and he went down in like 20 seconds. Also, is there a better bench around here somewhere? I don't see one. I'm gonna heal. I'm assuming there's a boss fight somewhere. Yeah, it might be worth jumping Court of Craws. It might be worth a easier. Oh gosh. I was expecting a boss fight. I wasn't expecting an arena. I wasn't expecting an arena. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this is a pretty hard boss. This guy's a tank too. I do deal a pretty good chunk of damage. I just need to not take an endless amount of damage first. Because especially with the Hunter's Crest upgrades, especially with the upgraded Hunter's Crest, I already deal a pretty good chunk of damage. And I do have my boss fight loadout. How many rounds of this are there? Yeah, how many rounds of this are there? Come on. I know you want to fight me. the Craw Father. Yeah, a lot of these bosses have been pretty tricky. Even as early as like Act 1, I was already having a pretty good challenge dealing with a lot of the bosses in Silksong. And I've gotten better at the game, but also the bosses have gotten significantly tougher over the course of the game. Okay, that's not terribly difficult. That attack's not terribly difficult to dodge, which does help. Yeah, this guy does have a lot of health, though. Granted, any boss which can tank multiple of my attacks at once or in a row is definitely on the stronger side. Okay, come on. What are you doing? Yeah, I didn't see him doing that attack. Did I trigger a phase 2 at some point? I think I might have triggered phase 2 at some point there. Possibly triggered phase 2 when I stunned him? I mean, these attacks aren't super difficult to dodge. Yeah, I guess when I staggered him, probably. At least that's my best guess I've got. Focus on the enemies that are just standing around before I focus on the boss. Did I just first try a Act 3 boss? I think I just first tried an Act 3 boss. That was not as difficult as I thought it was going to be. Most of the bosses in Act 3 are quite tricky. Yeah, most of the Act 3 bosses have been a fair bit more difficult than that. Craw Bell. What's the Craw Bell? Can be installed on the exterior of a home. Interesting. Also, I got the Craw Memento, which I think was a tool? Based off of where that went. Cogwork Wheels, something that I already had. Sawtooth Circle, something I already had. I don't actually know where the Craw Memento just went. Oh, it's here. Here it is. Yeah, Iron Emblem of the Court of Craws, absolving the bearer of all crimes past and future. Interesting. Yeah, the guy in the tower's pure suffering. They were the first Act 3 area I kind of ran into. Is the guy in Coral with the, 6 arenas. And the current state of the world is, maybe we come back to that in a little bit later in Act 3. Because that boss feels a little bit on the less friendly side. I'm guessing I can install these into my Bellhome and Bellheart. Both of the items I just got from the Court of Craws. So I'm gonna go run to my Bellhome first, and then should I do Watcher at the Edge or Trobbio next? I know where both of those are, and then I know there's a boss somewhere in, I'm assuming Farfields. I'm assuming Farfields is where the other boss is located. Though, if I check this, I also need to take out a bunch of the void masses, because I really do want the extra health. I really do want the extra health that both of those quests give me. Yeah, you were stubborn and didn't want to go back to the place you did with 8 masks, 3 extra spools, and suffered. I mean, that's honestly fair enough to not want to have to go back. But also that feels a little bit... Yeah, those traps are why I think the boss that I was talking about is probably somewhere in Farfields. Because they are slightly tricky. Hold on, am I far enough down? I am not all the way down to the shortcut yet. Or to the Bellway yet. The Bellway's always a lot further down than I remember it being. Because I always think it's... I always go into the halfway home. Or not... That's not halfway home, that's... I think it used to be Traveler's Rest. And instead. Yeah, doing Coral with 8 mask shards and 3 extra spools sounds like suffering. I mean, I didn't even get into Act 3 until I already had 9 masks and full spools. Because it was highly suggested I get that stuff before I start Act 3, and I don't entirely regret agreeing to that. Yeah, I do think that the cross summons themselves are slightly anticlimactic after I fell down there. I think that the Craw fight itself was slightly anticlimactic after the fun time that was getting the Craw summons. Because it took 53 benches to actually get everything. How can I actually set this up? Yeah, win with 7 masks and you regret it? That's honestly... I don't think I can blame you. Oh, we have 2 mementos. I didn't even realize we got the second memento. Install the Craw Bell. Yeah. I'm guessing that something's broken with the cross summons on my save file, because the actual odds of getting the cross summons to spawn when we did was like, or of it not spawning earlier was like 1 in 15 billion, which is a really, really big number. Actually, I think I want to find the guy in Farfields. Yeah, you 112% in Hollow Knight, so you're like, I don't want to do exploring, and fully regretted it. I have 111% in Hollow Knight right now. I haven't done Pantheon 4, and I'm not sure I'd necessarily want to do Pantheon 4. Yeah, that was a highly, highly unfortunate set of benches. I did the math. I actually went through every single VOD, figured out every single bench sit that could have spawned it. I actually went and verified using backups of my save data that I could have spawned the cross summons at any point in time from when I started. And somehow managed to not get it. Which is, I think, the most ridiculous thing I've seen in probability-wise in quite a while. Okay, I want to not get hit by that attack. Hey, P-Vessel? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I want to figure out what these traps are coming from, because I'm guessing this is one of the 2 bosses. Got the summons while fighting the guy in the tower at the bench next to it. Is that even a bench that it can spawn at? There's only so many benches it can spawn at. I mean, I suppose that it probably is, given you got it there. Because what I was checking is that it's... A lot of the things I checked for it are... like, what requirements the summons actually have. Yeah, that's definitely a new-ish thing from when I picked up that quest. Yeah, don't fully remember what you think you did. Yeah, there's, I think, 10 benches that I saw that can spawn it. And I'm not just, like, relying on the wiki there. I actually went through and checked the game's code. Okay, where are we going? 'Cause I do want to figure out who's dropping that everywhere. Or who's dropping those traps all over Farfield. Because I really do think that they are going to be the boss for the quest. And that means I want to take them out. Actually, it might be worth going and sitting at the Carmelita bench because it's in this area. Especially if I'm expecting a boss fight. Yeah, especially if I'm expecting a boss fight at the end of tracking here. having the bench, I think, is going to be highly beneficial. Since that gives me one fewer thing to have to, or a little bit of a shorter run back when I inevitably get absolutely melted by the bench. Yeah, must have been absolutely determined. Oh yeah. I mean, I have a little bit of a stubborn streak. Also, I need to slightly fix my base tracking there. I have a little bit of a stubborn streak, which does help at times. It is definitely leading me into this area. That's a new pathway. I don't think it's actually anything useful, unfortunately. That is a pathway I didn't have open. Because I'm guessing that if I follow these traps, and then also the occasional tracking point that I've been running into, we will stumble across the boss down here somewhere. Ah, yes. Even more types of traps. Okay, I would very much appreciate avoiding taking a bunch of damage. I do see the tracking point. I'm going for 100% true ending, yeah. Or at least, barring a Pantheon equivalent in Silksong, because I'm not personally a huge fan of boss rushes. But barring something like Pantheon, I'm going to try to get as close to 100% as I can. And then definitely true ending. I very much like getting true ending on basically every game. Should use multi-binder, it's going to help a lot. I do believe that it probably will come in quite handy. But there's also like, this is... Okay, I actually need to take the platforms across, or the poles across. But this is also the loadout I tend to wind up using for basically every Act 3 boss fight so far. Which is worth something for it to be my kind of generally expected loadout. I'm really hoping there's another bench around here somewhere. Okay, apparently not. Apparently this is just a boss fight here. Okay, I should break that a little faster. Okay, we found the boss. Yeah, we definitely found the boss fight. Which is mildly concerning how many traps they're throwing everywhere. This one feels like it's going to be a little bit more difficult than Craw Father was. I don't have proof for that, other than just vibes, but this feels like it's going to be more difficult than Craw Father. At least from what I'm seeing so far. Okay, avoid standing where there's traps. The traps do trigger after a couple of seconds, but they also deal a lot of damage. Okay, I would very much like to get my health up higher. And it looks like we did trigger a phase 2. Yeah, I'm hoping that this is more difficult than Craw Father, because even if I do occasionally jokingly complain about difficult boss fights, I do legitimately enjoy the difficulty of a lot of these bosses. Especially the ones in Silksong. That is a lot of traps, kind of absolutely everywhere. Okay, I'm gonna heal. Yeah, Gur's... Okay, did we just first try 2 Act 3 bosses in a row? Either I'm playing very, very well today, or these were like the 2 easiest bosses since in like the entirety of Silksong. And I'm not sure which it is. Because it's entirely possible that I'm just like playing very, very well today. I'm honestly surprised I have managed to avoid that trap. I'm not sure how I've pulled off both those bosses first try. We got Grass Doll. And honestly, that gives me one of the two missing mask shards as well, which is really nice. It makes me kind of want to finish the Dark Hearts hunt. Yeah, I promise the bosses normally take me longer than that. Actually, let's not fast travel back yet. Because I'm guessing there's a shortcut out of here, maybe? But I don't actually see where it would be. So this is a cool little room with some statues down here. Yeah, though I can't actually see how I would get out of this room without using the fast travel shortcut. Yeah, it usually takes me a little bit longer to beat bosses in Silksong than the Craw Father and Gur the Outcast both did. I know there are a lot of void masses everywhere, because I do rather want to complete all my mask shards. Hey Alexander, welcome to the stream. I do rather want to get all my mask shards, because having 1 extra health will come in, I think, extremely helpful over the next little while. Especially given Trobbio, Watcher at the Edge, Coral Tower are all either have an arena or do a lot of damage. I think I put the equipment, or I think I put the item I got here. Hey, thank you. Yeah, it's a new outfit for a new VTuber outfit, which is super nice. I think it turned out very, very well. Okay, maybe it's not a memento. I can still turn in the quest for 1 mask shard though, and get us a tiny bit. Oh, that is what I need to turn in, is the grass doll. Get 1 tiny bit closer to max health. We're getting pretty close to the max health here though, because it is. I think it is just the void masses. I think there was one in Marrow that I ran past at like the very start of the game. I know there's a lot of them. I think I saw somewhere that there's like 40 plus void masses and we only need to defeat 12. Though I could also be completely hallucinating that number because I spent so long poking around Silksong trying to figure out why the Craw summons didn't spawn for us at anywhere close to a reasonable time frame. Okay, I do know that there's a handful of snitch flies here. The money, yeah, the rosaries really don't matter to me anymore. Yes, I feel like it's somewhere around 40-ish. Though I could be off by a factor of several in either direction. I'm gonna heal. Yeah, I feel like I remember there being a void mass somewhere in this area. And estimate based on density. I am quite rich. I think I bought out every shop in the game that I'm aware of existing and requiring rosaries and or craft metal, which I keep calling pale ore for. Honestly, I'm not sure why. I've noticed that when I see a lot of black threaded creatures in an area, there's normally a void mass somewhere around also. Case in point. Okay, that is, I think, 7 destroyed. Yeah, I have a lot of money at this point. Yeah, lots and lots of money. And I legitimately don't think I actually have a use for the rosary beads at this anymore. is the funnier part of how many rosary beads I've gotten at this point. Granted, it's because I may or may not have relieved the entire Citadel of their entire rosary supply at one point. Yeah, gained double difficulty after entering Act 3. Honestly, fair enough. Yeah, that's honestly fair enough for it to gain double difficulty in Act 3. I know that I was having a moderate to severe amount of difficulty just running around the world at the start of the act. Was there a void mass in the entrance to Hunter's March somewhere? Yeah, Deep Dock maxing. Yeah, I am just looking for the void masses right now. I know I've definitely run into a handful of them just around the map in various spots that before I knew I could destroy them, because I didn't really realize I could destroy the void masses until I got the quest, give or take. Yeah, lots and lots of rosaries. Yeah, the spot I farmed all my rosaries. Yes, you said use not what it's called. I'm not entirely sure what you're trying to say there, unfortunately. Sorry. That is a slightly confusing set of messages. Okay. Can I just take out the enemies, please? Thank you. The amount of void I'm seeing in this room makes me think that there's a void mass here as well? Somewhere? I'm not sure I'm trying to run... I'm not sure I'm trying to find a spot to run up. It's us. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'm not sure I was trying to find a spot I could use to run up here when I literally have the ability to just launch myself in any ceiling I want. Okay, that's a slightly terrifying creature. Yeah, I don't see the void mass. I don't see a void mass in this room. But it kind of feels like there should be one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm like, it feels like there should be one around here somewhere. Just based off of the... Yeah, just based off of how much void stuff was in this room. This one's in a really awkward position. Yeah, Lace, why are you void? Why are you void? Why is everyone void? Yeah, absolutely everybody is void at this point. But that is, I think that's 8 void masses. Because I'm currently trying to complete this quest. Yeah, 3 in each area, you think? That sounds about right based off of the very, very rough math. There's probably about 40-ish. Yeah, do I use claw line for combat? If I remember it exists when I'm in combat, I'll use claw line. But that's also a very big if I remember it exists. I used it in the Nihilith fight. I used it in the first Sinner fight. I think I used it in a couple of other fights. But it's very situational whether or not I remember it actually existing. I seem to remember there being a void mass somewhere around here, and I'm not sure if I actually destroyed it. I probably should have gone from the bench, though. Yeah, I have a vague recollection of there being a void mass up top. And I'm at least gonna check it. Because the more void masses I take out as well, the slightly easier it'll get to run around this area. Oh, there's a lot of void on this screen. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of void on this screen as well. So I'm wondering if there's a void mass. I mean, that answers my question if there's a void mass on this screen. Yeah, you can help me with passing it HG or professional on that quest. Okay, I just need to not die to the void mass. Hey, you forgot it existed before Act 3. Honestly fair. Because I think generally I've mostly been using it on the faster paced boss fight. Because I am quite good at remembering or at forgetting things exist. I mean, that is one more void mass taken out. I'm gonna go sit at the bench, given how much damage I took right there. And the bench being not terribly far away. But yeah, there's a lot of tools in this game, and I always forget. Yeah, there's void masses everywhere. From what I'm gathering. Hey, look, it does just devoid. It does just devoid the rooms when I got the void masses. At least to some degree. That's actually kind of helpful, I think. Yeah, you're lagging really well. Is the stream lagging, or is it something else, or is the lag something else? Because I had a bit of an internet hiccup when I was trying to start the stream today, and I think I fixed it. But also sometimes my internet provider decides I don't need internet right now. 999 ping. Okay, so I did correctly remember the void mass. I'm honestly surprised I remembered this void mass. I think I ran this room like precisely one time throughout the entire game. I think I ran into this room like once. Is it the stream? I'm not showing any drop frames on my end, but I'm also seeing unstable internet on my end right now. Yeah, it might be the rain. There's a typhoon right now. It could be weather. It could be... I do think it's probably something on my end, though, which is mildly unfortunate. Though it's not showing any connection issues, which is weird. Let me know if it's... Is it, like, just getting delayed, or is it, like, actually cutting in and out occasionally? Yeah, grandmother still be quiet, wait for your turn. But grandmother still doesn't want to be quiet. Clearly, they just want to cause an endless number of problems. Hey, G-Man, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I can always disconnect and reconnect my internet and see if that helps the stream lag at all. But I'm not sure if it will. What bench am I even at? I'm like, it's way in far fields. Yeah, low-key cutting in and out. Let me try to reconnect my internet real quick. Yeah, it's not that hard. Okay, waiting for reconnection. 0 kilobytes per second. Come on. 3,000. 8,000. 10,000. No longer dropping frames. Yeah, the lag is more chopped than you. Occasionally, my internet provider just decides I don't need internet today. Or on a given day, which is always extremely unfortunate. Yeah, I just reconnected my internet. We'll see if that helps at all. Yeah, we'll see if that helps at all. Because I can do a lot of stuff. Yeah, I can do a lot of stuff to just fiddle with my internet and whatnot. Even if my internet provider is deciding that they just don't want to do what I pay them for a given day. Because I pay, like, way too much money for, like, gigabit internet. And occasionally I just don't get any. I'm guessing there's a void mass around here somewhere. Yeah, let's see if this helps at all. Silksong, my internet provider. Honestly, they're also the only option where I live, is the really unfortunate part. At least the only option that gives me anywhere close to an acceptable network speed. Because while I can, I suppose, technically get internet from a second provider, their maximum speed is like 3 megabits per second, I think. Was the other maximum speed. I'm just trying to find the void masses. There was a decent number of things voided on this screen. Though I don't see a void mass, and I don't see a spot for a void mass. I mean, I do slightly in the middle of nowhere. It's honestly amazing. I was not paying attention to my health. Yeah, I'm definitely not paying attention to my health right there. I do slightly live in the middle of nowhere, so it's not entirely surprising that I have the occasional internet issue, given how far it is from me to the closest major city. So I can't entirely blame them, but I can be mildly frustrated by the difficulties it adds to actually streaming occasionally. Yeah, well, welcome to the stream. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Actually, pay attention to my health this time. Because I can't find void masses if I run out of health constantly. Oh, gosh. I see you. I like how many places this enemy just loves to spawn absolutely everywhere. Oh gosh, this is actually mildly terrifying. I'm gonna heal again. Yeah, the giant rhino beetle is a mildly terrifying enemy. Yeah, your audio is way delayed. If it's just the audio, you can. I mean, I did reboot my internet already. And as far as I can tell, it's something upstream for me. I can try a even harder reboot of my internet than I did previously. So that also comes with its own set of issues. I just used my healer. Because I can physically go and unplug my entire internet and then plug it back in and see if maybe that helps. So that would cause the stream to cut out for probably 5-ish minutes. If it's really bad, I can still go do that. Because I definitely want the stream to work. Okay, I'm definitely 100% gonna cheese this enemy though. Yeah, I already did. I think my internet provider just decided I don't need internet today, which is very unfortunate. Okay, that was actually a really easy. I can try changing a setting in OBS to try to make it at least a little bit more stable. Because I can change this to maybe 8,000 is still a decent bitrate. Yeah, normally I do that before most streams anyways, just as a sanity measure. Let's see if me lowering the bitrate that I'm trying to push out slightly helps. I do see the void mass right there. Yeah, I think it's whatever's breaking on my internet is causing some weird stream hiccups. Yeah, I can see what you guys are talking about. Yeah, normally it doesn't do this. Yeah, my internet normally doesn't break quite like this. Oh, yeah, that's really choppy. Because I'm looking at my stream. I have the stream pulled up on a second device to kind of keep an eye on it. And that got really choppy looking right there. Yeah, if you're still getting it super choppy, try reloading the page. I changed some settings on my end, but I don't think YouTube automatically sends those settings to everybody else until they refresh on their end also. Yeah, I do try to have the highest stream quality I can. Just occasionally YouTube or my internet provider decide that, you don't actually need internet today. Or you don't need a stable stream connection today. Yeah, I changed the bitrate to 8,000, and it at least looks a little bit more stable on my end. This is also still super, super choppy looking. And I don't like choppy stream. I'm gonna fiddle with a couple of other settings real quick also. Hopefully nothing too crazy. Do not end the... Yes. Restart stream. Honestly, let's see if this fixes things a little bit. I just changed a couple of other settings in OBS, and we'll see if this helps. Yeah, we'll see if this helps. The stream on my end is no longer a full minute behind. Because I can do a lot of things to work around that broken internet if I need to. Yeah, I can do a lot of things to work around broken internet. You're not getting the same clip looped 4 times. That's an improvement. Because I can do a lot of things to try to, like, make broken internet not as big of an issue on OBS's, on, like, my end with, like, OBS settings and whatnot. So let's see if this... Let's see if this works. And actually stays stable this time. Because there's a lot of settings... There are a lot of settings I can tweak if my internet's broken once I realize my internet is broken. Are there more void masses in far fields that I'm missing? So it might be better for me to run through Citadel or something. I don't think I've beaten like any void masses up there. But yeah, sounds like the settings I tweaked might be working, or might be helping at least a bit, which is good. Yeah, working great now. Awesome. I'm not sure why it was broken before, but I can change settings to make to make it work with near zero internet, which is kind of what I just did. Okay, because we need 2 more void masses. Oh, we only need 1 more void mass. Oh, my mental math was not mental mathing correctly there, which is slightly unfortunate. I haven't done anything in Bilewater, but I also don't want to go to Bilewater. Bone Bottom. Is there one at the bottom of Bone Bottom somewhere? I don't think I've been down there yet. I don't think I've been down Bone Bottom yet. So there could be a void mass down here. Yeah, the mental math occasionally it gets slightly... I occasionally do slightly bad mental math. Because I haven't checked down here for any void masses yet. And this feels like an area that might have one. Yeah. Don't think there's any for all of Mosscars that you know of. Well, then I just came all this way for nothing. Because I'm sure there's void masses all over the place that I'm missing, given I'm probably missing like 30. I'm probably missing like 30-ish void masses, which is slightly embarrassing that it's going to take me, with how long it's likely to take me to find them. I think there is one. It's not a lot. Because there's Greymore, there's Bellheart, Shellwood. There is going to be one in Bilewater somewhere. I know we've beaten one of them in the slab, but I think that still means that there's probably 2 more in slab as well. I'm trying to count them because I really want the health up. Oh wait, this is not where I thought it was. This is slab and blasted steps are not the same area. Yeah, should go to Bilewater, but I should go to Bilewater, but I also want to do everything I can in my power to avoid having to go to Bilewater. Because we don't like Bilewater. But Bilewater is not our friend. Yeah, is there a void mass somewhere in the tall room? Yeah, there's probably one in Blasted Steps, so I'm gonna go there instead, because I've only beaten, I think, 1 void mass in Blasted Steps. Yeah, the less time I can spend in Bilewater, the happier I am. Tends to be about how it goes. And if I had to guess, there's probably void masses somewhere in Blasted Steps. Is there one over here? I think there might have been one over here. I can't remember if I would have beaten a void mass in this room. There is a void mass here, which means that we can complete the quest. Yeah, this counts as a void mass. That is not in bile water. Return to Bellhart's wish wall. Got it. Yay! And then it's just the question of, do I do Watcher at the Edge, or do I do Trobbio first? Because I think I'm aware of 3 bosses at this point, which is Watcher at the Edge, Trobbio, and then the Coral area. All 3 of which are likely to... Actually, I haven't actually really tried Watcher at the Edge ever. So Watcher at the Edge could be like the easiest boss fight ever as well. Trobbio's gonna take a little bit. Yeah, Trobbio's gonna take a little bit, Coral's gonna take a little bit. Watcher at the Edge is the last... Watcher at the Edge I haven't really tried a ton. That's an entire health. Acquire all mask shards. I have a feeling that's going to be very helpful. Yeah, Watcher has less randomness than Trobbio. Got it. Because as far as I can tell, those are the 3 bosses remaining. Are Watcher at the Edge, Coral. Though those 2 are kind of right next to each other, is interesting. And then Trobbio. I'm kind of worried about the run back to Watcher at the Edge. Looking at where it is compared to the closest bench. Be right back. Hey, no worries. We have... Oh yeah, and then we have the platforming up top that I looked at and just never completed. I think it is... As far as I'm aware, those are the only... Or those are the last 3 bosses before... I guess I could turn in this quest. I did do Worm at one point up in Volt Nest. Like 20 hours ago. Maybe at least go look at Watcher at the Edge. Yeah, because I'm kind of debating between Watcher at the Edge and Trobbio. I want to do Coral kind of last thing. I kind of want Coral to be the last area or last boss I deal with. I just don't die to Watcher Knights. Watcher Knights have never posed issues. They only posed mild issues. And I have a sneaking suspicion we are not getting 3 first try Act 3 bosses in a row, unfortunately. Because that would be, as awesome as that would be, I know I'm not beating Trobbio or the Sanzakarak, like, Coral boss first try. I'm probably not even making it to Coral boss first try between all the arenas. This would be left and then down left. Is that the best? I'm trying to think of the best way to get to that area. Because I can skip a lot of that area with Claw Line. Which does, I think, come in actually kind of helpful. Can I make it through here without going up and around? I cannot. Yeah, what crests do I main for exploration? I was using Reaper Crest for a lot of my exploration throughout the game, but now that we're in Act 3, Hunter's Crest is kind of what I'm using everywhere. Because I really liked the pogo of Reaper Crest for exploration purposes. It's just not the greatest for especially Act 3 boss fights. It worked it worked itself out fairly well. Hold on. I think I did actually just need to go up. Yeah, I think it was just up from here. Was it not? Was it here? Yeah. There we go. I just don't die. Yeah, so let's see how difficult of a boss fight this actually is. Oh, I don't need to trigger them again. Yeah, I was half expecting you to run in and read Needlein to reactivate the boss fight, but apparently not. Let's try to keep my health above 0. Let's try to keep my health above 0. That is a rather large attack. This boss doesn't feel nearly as difficult as Trobbio does, or Trobbio did. So they're also still feels like it's gonna be more than one try. So I do think I routed the run back fairly well. Okay, yeah, unfortunately not first try. That would have been hilarious to first try 3 Act 3 bosses in a row, because both Craw Father and Gur the Outcast were first try bosses, which I am still amazed I beat both of those on the first try. I'm still very amazed I managed to beat both of those first try. That was not what I intended to do. Okay, then I need to hit this one. I need to follow the platforms up and to the left. And then I need to follow these platforms. Yeah, these platforms aren't terrible to run. Yeah, this isn't a terrible run back. Though that enemy is going to cause me endless amounts of problems, I suspect. I suspect that enemy is going to cause me endless amounts of problems. Yeah, you use Beast Crest because you like to face tank damage. I tend to face tank a lot of damage also, though it's not intentional. Okay, let's not take multiple hits right at the start of the fight. Okay, because that's actually a larger area of attack than I was expecting. And some of these attacks are a little bit larger of an area of a hurt box than I'm expecting, because his sword doesn't look that long. But I suppose he's fairly effective with his primary weapon. I should really stop dashing into enemies. I've been playing enough games where dashes give me iframes that I keep, and/or enemies don't deal contact damage. I just keep dashing into the poor boss fight here. Yeah, stop dashing into the boss. Okay, get back onto this side. Because yeah, this isn't terribly difficult. Though I do need to be significantly more careful than I am being. Okay, I need to be a little bit more careful than I'm being. Because that does hurt when they hit me. Yeah, they still hit pretty hard. Okay, that was a good lucky dice. If very final boss and you used Carmelita used Wanderer. Honestly, Wanderer probably would have helped with Carmelita a little bit. Okay. I'll take second try. For phase 2 trigger. Maybe? Nope, they just turned to dust. second try is honestly not terrible either for an Act 3 boss. Yeah, but between Craw Father, Watcher at the Edge, and You're the Outcast, I am feeling very good about my ability to fight Act 3 bosses, and I have a sneaking suspicion that the next boss, which is Trobbio, is going to teach me a very rapid lesson about my supposed so-called confidence. Yeah, Beast Pogo is atrocious. Yeah, I've seen the Beast Pogo, and anybody who can deal with the Beast Pogo. Actually, I should put this memento in my bell home before I go deal with Trobbio. Because I feel like I'm missing at least a couple of things. Iframes are just non-existent. Who needs iframes anyways? They're definitely not... Yeah, iframes are definitely not the most important part of not taking damage when you're in the middle, when you're getting hit by an attack or anything. Okay, up here we go. 1, 2, 3, up here, up here. The number of times I've missed that jump up is entirely too many. You'd think it would be a little bit you'd think it would be a little bit easier to get to my bell home. Okay, we're missing 5 mementos? We're missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those items, or 5 of those pickups. We're missing a lot of materials also. We're actually missing a decent number of things, which is mildly unfortunate. Apparently we just get free money. Yeah. There are... I can't tell... I can't tell if that chat message is a troll message or an actual message. But welcome to the stream, I guess. I have green aura. Though I'm trying to debate if you're quoting something that I'm just not getting the reference for. Oh, that is nice that we have the full ancient math. Actually, if that's actual, then I'm just gonna delete all your messages and ban you from the chat. Which I think that might be the play there. The fact that they didn't, the fact that they gave a thumbs up to being banned there. I don't know. Little bit rude. Also, because I think I'm missing... I know I'm missing one tool from the Trobbio fight. But there's multiple other tools. Yeah, accepted fate. I mean, if you... I don't hide the fact that I'm a VTuber. But, like, you know exactly what you're getting. It's not something I hide. Okay, I want to sit at bench. I know one of the 3 tools we're missing is the Trobbio fight. I don't know what those other 2 red tools I'm missing are, or even where I'd find them, which is interesting given just how much of the game we've explored at this point. Hi, Trobbio. Yeah, Beast Crest has iframe tech that allows you to dash through an enemy for a short time after pogoing them. Interesting. I will say, I like Trobbio's intro music. It is honestly pretty Yeah, the intro to the Trobbio fight is honestly pretty fun. Okay, I do need to get better at not getting caught by whirlwind attack or burning both my heals on taking damage as soon as I heal. Okay, if I stand in the corner... Okay, corner's a fairly safe spot to stand there. Oh, he throws out 3 fireworks instead of 2. Interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out all of the attacks that Trobbio throws out. Okay, that attempt was a little bit rough. Yeah, you got overstimulated by this fight so much. Honestly, I don't think I can blame you. Trobbio's a little bit energetic. Have I crafted the tool and wisp thicket? I think I've crafted the tool and wisp thicket. Yeah, I think I've crafted the tool for wisp thicket. Hello, Trobbio. Are you gonna... Yeah, I really do like the, like, slightly ominous music that Trobbio throws out. Okay, because I do just need to figure out how to read these attacks. He has a lot of fireworks. Okay, that is actually a safe heal. Because I need to not just avoid taking damage, I need to at least occasionally hit Trobbio with an attack. Okay, the diagonals into the corner are going to be slightly difficult for me to deal with. Okay, why does he sometimes go all the way across the screen? And sometimes not? Yeah, what determines how far across his whirlwind is gonna go? Yeah, it's called Pimpillo, if that helps. I think I have the Pimpillo. That name sounds familiar to me, and it sounds familiar to me. That means I probably have that tool. I will double check. Yeah, I'll double check after this attempt of the Trobbio fight. Okay, hey, we got a stun off. I think that's the furthest I've made it through the Trobbio fight thus far. Is getting a stun off on Trobbio. So we're definitely learning. It's a tool that some people miss. I mean, obviously I've missed 2 tools because the only thing I know that gives me a tool is the Trobbio fight, because somebody slightly spoiled that to me. I'm missing a red tool in Greymore. Interesting. I think I do have Pimpillo, because I think it is... Yeah, I have Pimpillo. I'm missing those 2, which I'm guessing are the 2 red tools, and I'm guessing this is the one I get from Trobbio. Which, we're definitely making pretty good progress. A red tool in Greymore. Where would it be in Greymore? I'm definitely going to give Trobbio at least a decent number of attempts here, and then I might go take a look at Greymore real quick for whatever item that is, because it's not like it's hard for me to get to the Trobbio fight. Hi, Trobbio. With your very, very ominous entrance. Also, Sinner's Road. Okay, Sinner's Road I can believe I'm missing a tool in, given how much I like to not be in that area. Because I don't think they require craft metal to get either of them. I don't think either of the tools I'm missing require craft metal. Since... So it's probably either money or... I'm not sure what else it would be. Because I know I have all the craft metal, and I've used all the craft metal. The blue tool is also in a biome you don't want to be in. One of the 3 tools I thought is gonna be the one from the Trobbio fight. Unless that gives me just an upgrade for my existing mirror, and I'm actually missing 3 full tools. That did not go very well. Yeah, spend 1 to 3 attempts downloading the move set. Yeah, that does tend to help a fair bit. Okay, so we're missing 3 tools. Gotcha. I do know that I get a tool of some variety from the Trobbio fight. Yeah. Learning the moveset does help a fair bit. But the main thing that I run into challenges with in Silksong is less that it's less a problem / difficulty of me not learning the moveset and more difficulty of me just playing way too aggressively. And Silksong does not reward me for playing overly crazy aggressively. It tends to reward me for playing a lot more cautiously, really. Because each of the bosses, they're very frantic bosses and throw out a lot of stuff that deals a lot of damage. And I tend to find that I play the bosses... I tend to play the bosses like they're from a significantly easier game where I can kind of just face tank damage for the entire boss fight. And that does not work in Silksong. Yeah, Beast Crest sounds great if I do that. Yeah, I've messed around with the Beast Crest a little bit, but definitely stuck in the learning curve of Beast Crest. Yeah, I just play too aggressively for a lot of these bosses. And like I do know that that's what I'm doing. But there's a difference between knowing what I'm doing wrong and correcting 20 plus years of video game instincts to play slower. Which, always a fun contrast when your muscle memory and years of experience playing games decide to come and bite you. Though, I tend to also have a very good luck with, I do like 10 or 15 attempts against a difficult boss, and then just like go do something else for a little while and then come back. Because I get something that I call boss fatigue after a while, where I just get like mentally tired. Like the boss just makes me like mentally tired after a while, which makes it. I can claw line there, can't I? Yeah, I totally could claw line off of that. Yeah, I can totally get a claw line in right there. That would. Yeah, getting a claw line there might be a way to let me deal a little bit more damage. But I really need to figure out how to dodge the whirl attack when it's closer to me, at least a little bit more effectively. Yeah, the whirl attack is a little terrifying. Yeah, claw line usage in a boss fight. It's super good for getting me around the arena. I just always forget that everything that's not my standard nail attack exists for like 90% of the game. if we're being completely honest, I did the exact same thing in Hollow Knight. Yeah, I did the exact same thing in Hollow Knight, where it took me until, like, approximately Radiance to remember that spells exist. Which, I mean, means I'd be very good at nail only. Yeah. Parry goes through the whirl attack if I have the presence of mind and silk for it. That would help. Because a lot of the damage I'm taking is from the whirl attack. So if I can parry the whirl attack, that gives me extra damage output. Yeah, or jump and pogo. That would also work. So I keep jumping up into the attack, which is slightly unfortunate as well. I mean, parry's great as for, I think, all the bosses, if I remember that parry exists mid-boss fight. Because the endless game is, do I remember literally any of the mechanics actually exist, other than smack thing with nail, deal damage? I mean, I suppose I consistently remember that there's a dash ability. I probably should have parried that. It was also not a good spot to stand to heal. Okay, are you gonna whirlwind or are you gonna throw fireworks? Okay. I'm like trying to pay attention to Trobbio's attack patterns, and it's kinda working. Okay, I can also apparently go way up on the ceiling. Like, way up near the ceiling for that. So that was slower than I needed to be. Yeah, it's just dodging those, because I have the primary whirlwind and I have the secondary whirlwind. That did not work out the way I wanted it to. I will figure out the boss patterns eventually, but also, not like Silksong's really pulling its punches with these boss fights. Yeah, Silksong really doesn't hold back, is what I've kind of known that the entire game, with just how difficult a lot of these bosses wind up being. Yeah, with just how difficult a lot of these bosses wind up being, Silksong is not the game that's pulling its punches. Hi, Trobbio. I do like that I could get, like, 2-ish attacks off at the start of the fight, basically for free. I also pogoed the whirlwind there. Yeah, the thing is, if the whirlwind's close enough to the ground, I can pogo it pretty easily, it seems. And honestly, being above him during the whirlwind attack seems to be not a terrible position to be in. But it really is just that I keep jumping up into it. Yes, you were really surprised by Seth. Seth was a lot more difficult than I expected as a boss fight. They definitely kind of sort of wrecked me several times in a row. Because I'm just running through this area, and they're just like, oh yeah, you can't get past me. Or you can't go past without defeating me, and then they were one of the more difficult boss fights I've dealt with recently-ish. Yeah, okay. Come on, Trobbio. I need to figure out how... I think the thing I need to work out is when he's doing the whirlwind attack, if I need to jump... Yeah, if I need to jump up in the air to go over, or if I need to dash to go under. I think if I can separate those two cases... Yeah, I think if I can separate the two cases where I can either go over or otherwise avoid him by jumping up versus the wall. I don't know if that makes any sense. But when he does the whirlwind, then I need to jump up in the air versus the whirlwind where if I jump up in the air, I'm just in the way of his whirlwind attack. Okay, that is a mildly unfortunate amount of damage I took right there. Come on, Trobbio. Yes, like that one where I get hit by the whirlwind attack in the air is what I really need to figure out how to differentiate from everything else. I think. I'll also differentiate the whirlwind from other stuff. Yes, Seth was more difficult than like Gur the Outcast, surprisingly. I mean, Gur the Outcast took me 1 attempt, Seth took me like 20. But yeah, Gur the Outcast definitely felt like they should have been a significantly more difficult boss fight than they were. But they really were not a terribly difficult boss fight. I have noticed that the Act 3 bosses that have a longer run back, Craw Father has a longer run back, Gur the Outcast has a longer run back, Watcher at the Edge has a longer run back, Plasmium Dude has a longer run back, have tended to be the easier boss fights. By, honestly, a fairly reasonable margin. Which is a little bit surprising, but also a little bit not surprising. I am surprised I didn't take damage right there. How am I not taking damage? I like when Trobbio just decides to pose. Yeah, it's fun when Trobbio just decides that he wants to pose mid-boss fight. He's done that quite a few times. Okay, that's a lot more damage than I would have liked to take. 1, 2, 3. 1. Oh, that trapdoor doesn't deal damage. It does deal damage when he's gonna pop out under me, though. Okay, I really wanted to hit him with Claw Line there, but I definitely did not. I'm gonna heal right there, because that felt like a decent... Yeah, it felt like a decent time to heal. Same with that. You know, it also doesn't help that I lose like 20... I can't see like 5% of my screen right in the floor of the boss fight due to my microphone being in the way. That probably doesn't help. Okay, I can get a heal off. He's gonna bounce off the wall. Okay, things haven't clicked fully, but things are definitely starting to click at least a little bit. I should not have taken damage right there. Hey, first phase 2 trigger. Granted, I'm gonna like immediately die now, but we made it to phase 2. That's better than I've done on any other attempt. Yeah, making it to phase 2 is better than I've done on any other attempt so far. Yeah, the issue with Silksong spells and Silksong is you can't quite use them consistently as an answer to a boss due to the cost of Silk. Yeah. The boss uses move, decide to parry his response to twice in a row. You're gonna take damage. That is kind of unfortunate. Because, like, I do like parry-based combat in games. I had a lot of fun with 9 Souls. for that reason. But also, 9 Souls parries are free. Granted, they don't deal damage to the enemy either, but they don't deal damage to you. Hello, Trobbio. Welcome to... That is going to be the whirlwind attack. Because I am picking up on parts of how the boss fight works. Like, I'm definitely learning how did I not take damage right there? I am legitimately not sure how I didn't take damage, given I, like, ran right through Trobbio. Which is... Yeah, running right through Trobbio feels like something that should have dealt damage. Because bosses in this game normally deal contact damage, and I've taken contact damage from Trobbio in this fight before. Okay, come on. I mean, I didn't take a ton of damage, so I suppose it kind of works out okay. Yeah, just being able to avoid taking too much damage from the whirlwind attack really does seem to be the golden ticket for this fight. I'm gonna heal. Yeah, the whirlwind attack is terrifying. The whirlwind attack is somewhere between terrifying and absolutely terrifying, and I'm not sure exactly where in that range I want it to sit. You know, I will say, I do appreciate Reserve Bind not... Yeah, I do appreciate Reserve Bind not eating shards every time. Because even if I have basically infinite shards... the shards costing... or tools costing shards makes me hesitant to use them, regardless of if they're basically infinite regardless. Okay, I'm gonna heal when I have a chance. Okay, how am I not taking damage from half of these attacks? Okay, that one... Note to self, do not try to dodge through... do not try to claw line through the explodey bits. It's honestly going fairly well, I think. Okay, make sure I have my silk... Yeah, make sure I have my silk healed before I go back to the Trobbio fight again. Because the Trobbio fight is not exactly trivial. And I do... Yeah, I am definitely getting better at the Trobbio fight. But also, Trobbio's still not the easiest boss ever. Trobbio's still not the easiest boss I've ever fought. I need to not take damage from his explosion entrance, because that's 2 damage that I really can't afford to take. He's gonna bounce off the wall. Yeah, a lot of it's just learning how to read a given boss and learn what their attack patterns and telegraphs and various tells actually are. That was a misread on my part. Yeah, that was definitely a misread on my part. I do kind of like how this is a rematch fight versus a significantly more difficult variant of Trobbio. Because that is pretty cool. Because like I can tell that it's a definitively more difficult version of the fight. I can tell it's definitely a more difficult version of the Trobbio fight. And the fact that I'm actually like learning and it's not completely unreasonable feels pretty good. I needed to not take damage to that. Honestly, I should try to remember to use my tool. Of course, I use my tool and then deal like one hit to Trobbio, which is mildly unfortunate, but also my tool is... Yeah, my red tools do increase my damage output by at least a little bit. Oh, that's probably a pretty good usage of the red tool was with that unintentional stun right there. Okay. Is that a win? I don't trust that. I'm gonna stay as far away from Trobbio in case he decides to explode. I think that's a win. So be it, impudent louse. Deny our kingdom's agony. Refuse its touch upon your fickle shell. Carve your hapless path. Stalk and strike and fight. But know your fate is hate herself, and she has risen raging. Pain, anguish, and misery. Wish granted. Thank you, I guess? Maybe go, find a therapist? Dark Mirror. Ooh. Twin theatrical tools of a vainglorious bug. Emits a searing blast of damage to surrounding enemies. That's honestly a pretty cool little attack there. A pretty cool little tool there. That was a fun little fight. I know that last time I could go to the bench, come back in and see Trobbio kind of just chilling. Or like sneaking back off after being defeated. I wonder if that something happens this time also. Because Trobbio definitely has a flair for the dramatic and is... I mean, I suppose they are a actor of some sort. No Trobbio peeking out this time. Sad. So I know we're missing 3 tools apparently, which I'm guessing are in Greymoor, Sinner's Road, and then area I don't want to go to is probably Bilewater. If I had to guess for 1, 2, 3 tools. That might be worth picking up the last remaining tools. And just... Even though I'm probably not going to use them, just having the option... Just having the option of the tools feels like it's going to come in helpful. I can unmark those 2 bosses, though, because I have beaten both of them. Yeah, I have beaten both of those bosses, so we're definitely getting there. Tool somewhere in Greymoor. I think I've already gotten this tool. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure where the tool in Greymoor would be hanging out. Because that is... It's interesting. It could be somewhere down here. Because I know we were missing the craft metal from here. Or not the craft metal, the memory lock from around there. It's possible I missed something else in the lower part of this area. Hi there. Random bear trap. There's also a void mass down here. I mean, clearing out more void masses is also not necessarily a bad thing. Clearing out the last of the void mass is also not necessarily going to be a bad thing to happen, because the void masses aren't exactly my friend. Yeah, void masses aren't exactly my friend in this game either. Oh, there's a breakable wall here. That's new. Definitely haven't seen whatever's down here, but I think it was just a little bit of money and maybe a needle in the spot. Maybe not a needle in the spot. But it is one fewer breakable wall to have to check later. I always forget how much damage the Hunter's Crest actually just deals if I just run up into an enemy. Cause I always expect these enemies to take like 10 or 12 hits and not like 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 hits is not very many hits for that large of an enemy. I don't see anything obvious. Okay, I see this pathway. Apparently we're getting hit by the mouse. And also just walking straight into bear traps. I'm kind of just looking around for... Because I'm guessing it is Greymore, Sinner's Road, and Filewater for the 3 missing... The 3 tools we're missing. Or at least that is the most reasonable working theory I have. Litany of the Worker. May we catch the dregs and never tire. May we clean the dregs and never hunger. May we spool the dregs and never falter. It's a little bit. Just a little bit creepy. I'm gonna manually trigger the traps. That one's a little bit not friendly looking. So maybe it's not in this room. Other ideas are here, possibly something in Craw Lake now that we've defeated Craw Father. I'm kind of just working off of things that look like a slightly interesting corner of the map. Because interesting looking corners of the map tend to have stuff in them. Am I directly below? I'm guessing there's something on the ceiling. Ah, yeah, there is the pathway on the ceiling. Oh, I just need to go up this wind. I was making that way more complicated than I needed it to be. Hi there. Oh, that's interesting. That's some interesting music. Oh, there's a void mass up here. Got it. Yeah, I see the void mass. I still want to take out any void masses I come across, even if I don't need to for the... Even if I, strictly speaking, don't need to for the quest anymore. Because having the void masses just hanging around is probably not great for our long-term survival. Or the long-term survival of Barloom in general, realistically speaking. Ooh, free silk. Not a lot of free silk. Granted, we have verified several areas that it's definitely not an item. It could be over here. So, I mean, this gives me enough to heal at least. Okay, we have already cleared out that chapel to get the... I don't remember which crest this was, but it was one of the crests. I do remember it was one of the crests. I think we already got this item. But I could be wrong, and I could be missing... Yeah, I could be missing a secret pathway somewhere. So I suppose I haven't been back up that way in... From what I can remember, I haven't been up that way in Act 3. That enemy did not last very long. We are absolutely terrifying, is what I've determined. This was Reaper. Gotcha. Yeah, we are absolutely terrifying with the Hunter's Crest, is kind of what I'm working out. That was a very short path background. That guy just took out a black-threaded enemy in, like, 2 hits, or 3 hits, is terrifying. Yeah, I haven't talked to them in Act 3. A locked bell home. I can call out. I don't know if this will help at all. Gah, who keeps making all that racket out there? Such horrid shaking and screaming. The crucial work is being spoiled. Bzzzt. Can I just be really annoying until they do something? Or is it always going to be the same response? Shoo, I say. Unless you've brought a worthy specimen with something truly nasty inside them. Bzzzt. Otherwise, leave the great Yarnaby in peace. I'm not going to leave them in peace until I start getting repeated dialogue. Okay, that is just repeated dialogue. I'm not entirely sure where we're trying to... I think I already got this item. I don't remember which item this was, but I don't see the dialogue to obtain item. Could be around halfway home area for the next upgrade. Yeah, yow. This was Pimpillo. Oh, right. I suppose that makes sense given that the red coloring matches. Yeah, the red coloring matches, so I suppose it makes sense. Could be that room. Or here, or something over in Craw Lake. Maybe? Yeah, I'm just trying to, like, slowly whittle down the areas that I can't 100% guarantee the item is not. Because if I can guarantee the item is not somewhere, then I can at least stop looking. I can mentally record that, hey, definitely not here. I can go look somewhere else. Oh, there's a down here. There's a down here, not down there. Because I'm kind of just working off of the assumption that you guys are probably not lying to me too much about the locations in chat. That's kind of my working theory. Because you guys are generally fairly honest with where things are, and don't usually mislead me. Though if you guys mislead them, it's usually because there's something funny that'll happen as a direct result. Oh, it could be something for... I mean, I might as well buy the drink. It's not like I need the groceries for anything else. I was about to say, it might be something from new? We already got that item. I wonder if the last item is something for Here, then let's noose your journal, for she is eager to see your cuts. Oh, but the scroll is so heavy with beautiful beasts. Could it be that the works is almost complete? Miss Grown-Up, you must keep your prayings up. No time for rest. I really hope it's not that I need to 100% Hunter's Journal to get the missing tool. Yeah, there's not much to be had for me just wandering about a biome. I mean, void masses occasionally, but yeah. Yeah, interesting dialogue, perhaps, but not a bit. Yeah, I mean, could be something down here. I suppose it could be up there, or up here, or in Craw Lake. There are... Ah, shoot, I took damage. That means I lost my Hunter's Crest extra bonus damage, which makes me slightly sad. Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be somewhere. I just gotta figure out where's the somewhere that I missed an item from. It does not appear to be over here. I'm also looking for anywhere where it looks like there's a secret pathway that opened up in the ceiling for Silksong. Because if I have a pathway that Silksong opened up, that would give me something at least. Yes, you need to complete News Journal, but it would take too long of a payoff for the item to be worth it. Yeah, I mean, I'd need to do it at some point for completionist's sake if it did give me an item. Or like a percentage item. Because the items do give me percentages, and we are at... Wow, we're at 96%. I was expecting something in the 80s. I was expecting a percentage counter somewhere in the 80% range, not the... Yeah, it's not a tool, it's just an item. Not in the, like, high 90% range. Or I guess mid 90% range. So that is... Oh, there is a void mass up here. Okay, noted. Yeah, noted on the presence of... noted on the presence of the void mass. I should, I feel like I should deal with the void mass. What's the best way for me to deal with this void mass, though? Because it's in such a weird... Yeah, it's in a weird spot. I suppose I can technically hit it. Though, watch me run out of health before I take out the void mass. Okay, come on. One hit at a time. Try to not... Yeah, the void masses don't give me... The void masses don't give me any silk. But they are... still generally worth clearing out. Okay, it's not an item up here. That is mildly unfortunate, but also the bench is not terribly far away either, so I don't think I'm actually concerned. I don't think I'm actually concerned for my health given where the bench is located. Is there... Yeah, we're looking for the missing tool in this area. Which... We're looking for our 3 missing tools, one of which I've been told is in this area. Which would mean... Possibly Craw Lake. Yeah, possibly the Craw House and Craw Lake. At least is a vaguely reasonable seeming idea, because I don't think I've outright rechecked this area after beating Craw Father, which could be a trigger for some sort of item. Yeah, it could be a trigger for some sort of item now that we've beaten Craw Father. I don't see anything up in this part of the room. And if I'm wandering around completely in the wrong idea, or if it takes you too long, feel free to drop more hints as to item locations, because that would be helpful if I'm, like, obviously not anywhere close to the right track. Because my current theory is if I just run around the area enough, I'll probably eventually stumble into something important. Up we go. Is there anything? Yeah, I don't see any items down there. I don't see any other items over here. Other area I can think to check would be up by the item upgrade up here. Or maybe around the top of one of these bells, potentially. Or possibly upper path through here. Or maybe there. That's my current set of theories for where the missing tool is. Oh hey, look, I think we just completed a hunter's journal entry right there. There are a lot of hunter's journal entries in this game. It's honestly pretty nifty. I think I already triggered whatever that triggers. I'm not sure what half the things trigger. I also don't see any void masses. Because mystery void mass could also always be the thing we need. Yeah, I can't help but think it has something to do with the golden, like, pins that the craws have everywhere. Because those golden pins look like something that might be a tool, and I don't see a tool that... I have straight pin, but I don't have a tool that, like, matches them with the golden color. It's kind of... That's at least what I'm expecting, but I don't see anything here. Could be something tucked into the ceiling here, I guess. Because it's entirely possible that it's a area that we just haven't... Yeah, it's entirely possible it's just an area I haven't seen. Oh, come on. That was a pretty good triple dodge. Okay, that's I'm guessing that's the tool. Yeah, what's up, man? One of the best games you've ever played. This is a very fun game. That is one of the missing tools now located. So now we're looking for the last 2 tools, not the last 3 tools. That was actually fairly well hidden. I've got to give him credit for how well hidden that one was. Okay, that is... I believe the last 2 tools are in Sinner's Road and probably Bile Water. I think. We are missing whatever that tool is. And we are missing whatever that tool is. From the tool list. Which is honestly not very much. I should not walk into spikes. Which from what I've gathered are very likely in Sinner's Road and Bilewater somewhere, which also happen to be the two areas that I very much like to avoid. Yeah, it can be hard to tell. I mean, they are positionally located. So it is consistent which ones are in those locations. And from what I've gathered, yeah, it is going to be somewhere in Sinner's Road, which is where I'm heading. Is where I'm heading now. Because we have a pretty good portion of stuff done. I do need to do advanced alchemy at some point, but that quest is more just going to be time consuming than actually difficult. Granted, find the last two. Hold on. Have I just missed this the entire game? Yeah, finishing the Beast Compendium is totally worth it, and you need if you want 100%. I mean, we're at pretty dang close to 100% right now. I know that we're missing at least 2 tools. We're missing an entire heart. I do know that much. Yeah, 2 tools, an entire heart. The entire final boss sequence, I'm guessing. Though I'm guessing you probably can get 100% before defeating the final boss. If I am reading how Team Cherry's been doing their game design correctly-ish. Yeah, these enemies... Okay, they at least only take 3 hits now. Yeah, not the entire game. But you did do a quest to assemble the Scarecrow by collecting ragpells from the birds. That was like 90% of the game ago. Yeah, I need to double check that I'm not missing an item somewhere. Somewhere that I'm missing it. Solely due to the fact that I run through these rooms quickly to avoid... I don't remember what those enemies are called, like leech worms or mucks or something. I suppose I could check the bestiary here. Yeah, I need to get 100% before beating the game to get the best ending. Well, we're pretty close to 100%. And also, I am definitely totally not putting off going into Coral. Nope, definitely not stalling on going into Coral again. Because that would be... I don't think there's an item down there. Granted, I could go down there and then just run up to the bench. Because the bench isn't terribly far away. I don't remember where the Bilewater tool is and says it's behind a breakable thing, so good luck. Hey, I only occasionally am completely blind to every missable item or every breakable wall in the entire game. So, we will find it eventually because, I mean, if I thoroughly check the entire area, eventually everything will get located. And we are making decent... I do think we're making fairly decent progress towards everything. The Silksong is also... Silksong has a lot of stuff in the game. I want to make sure we didn't miss a tool hidden, like, back here somewhere. Because this feels like an area that I haven't really done a super thorough job of checking. Is this whole section in this back area. There is some silk here. I don't see any breakable walls that are hiding in that vertical section. Yeah, you go there once for the bench. I know we come here for once for the bench. We're looking for two missing tools. So I don't entirely trust my ability. Did I meet those two guys in Act 2 in Sinner's Road? I think so. That sounded a lot more confused than I actually am. I think so. Yeah, what color? There's a lot of colors. Yeah, I think they were like up here, so somewhere in this room. Which I'm gonna check like over here, over here, over here. Yeah, Krill and Benji, those guys are the merchant dudes, aren't they? Or they're not merchants, the couriers. I am also concerned because I'm betting there's gonna be... I'm betting there's gonna be some black thread void masses hanging out somewhere in this area. Honestly, the parkour with Hunter's Crest is easier than I expected. Not couriers. Not merchants, something. Okay, there's an item here. Okay, apparently we just missed this item forever as well. Tax. That is one more missing item located. Yeah, the item's just sitting here. We just never rechecked this house, apparently. This does, unfortunately, mean that the last item is somewhere in Bilewater. We are missing a blue tool. I don't know what blue tool, but apparently it's in Bilewater. We do have the Wreath of Purity. At least from what I'm hearing, it's in... Oh, yeah. It's a quest for them, but if you don't do it by Act 2, it's gone by Act 3. I think... I do remember coming across them, so I think we did the quest at some point. I'm trying to find a spot where I know I'm going to be able to safely summon the little Bell Beast children to get me to the fast travel point to go to Bilewater. Yeah, Breakable Wall and Bilewater. Bilewater has me concerned. Breakable Wall has me especially concerned. Because I am not great at finding breakable walls. And Bilewater is a sizable area. Yeah, apparently I made it this far without thumbtacks. Great, I made it this far, and I've used my red tool, so grand total like 10 times, I'm pretty sure. So... I've almost entirely used my nail for like 95% of the game at this point. Of course I'm going to fall into the goop water. I'm going to check the exhaust organ side first, because I don't really know. Hey, Muhammad, welcome to stream. Because I think I already cleared this area out, but also both the tools we've missed are in areas that I thought I had already fully cleared, so I don't entirely trust. Wrong area already. I mean, this is just one part of Bilewater, and I really don't have any immediate ideas as to where in Bilewater we missed a random breakable wall at some point. Because, yeah, there are a lot... There's a lot of stuff. Middle right. My vibes are kind of agreeing with that. Somewhere... I'm gonna check, like, here-ish. That feels like... It feels like it might be somewhere around this part of the area. Because there are... I mean, it's also rather entertaining, or it's also probably going to be slightly funny with how many times I'm going to mess up navigating through Bile Water, because Bile Water is totally a friendly area with absolutely nothing terrifying going on. I've beaten Grohl. We're fairly late into Act. We're fairly far through Silksong. As far as I can tell, we have 2 bosses left in the entire game, which will be the final boss and the one of the Coral, who I am definitely not putting off. Not as bad as Path of Pain. Path of Pain is, I suppose that is a fair enough statement. Path of Pain was multiple hours of, pain. Honestly, running through Bile Water, I'm gonna get muck-magged constantly. Yeah, I'm gonna wind up, like, constantly muck-magged in this area, so I should just not even fight it. Okay, because this isn't terrible. Though we do lose a lot of our silk to... Yeah, we do lose our silk to the muck maggots also, which is mildly unfortunate. We are missing... Yeah, our current goal is to figure out to find whatever mysterious tool I'm missing. Okay, apparently there's an enemy over here. These guys aren't... This type of enemy is not terribly difficult to defeat. Not really where I needed to go, I don't think, but... Yeah, Hollow Knight's Path of Pain, only the last jump before the boss gave you trouble. Yeah, that is a... That is a fair enough last jump. That last jump took me, I think Path of Pain took me 4 hours-ish, and that last jump took me like an hour and a half. Or that last section took me like an hour and a half out of the 4 hours. Yeah, doubt anything in Silksong will leave my computer acting as a space heater for a day. Yeah. That computer... I may or may not have slightly fried my computer in Path of Pain. Because I completely ran out of time, and I didn't want to have to re-go through all of Path of Pain. So I left my computer running Hollow Knight for like 24 straight hours. And it was to the point where if I touched my computer, I got I actually burned. Those bead guys are part of the Beast Compendium. Honestly, that does make sense. They're not a terribly difficult enemy to fight, which does help. I don't actually know where I'm wandering around to right now. I'm kind of just wandering. That's called how to not do a down attack. I'm kind of just wandering around looking for... Because apparently the item we missed is behind a breakable wall somewhere. We fought a lot more than 2 of those bead guys. I do know that much. Though maybe 2 of them are required for the compendium. I can think of at least 5 or 6 that I've had to fight. Yeah, I think I've fought... maybe not 5 or 6, but I fought a few of them around the map at this point. Yeah, I have fought quite a few of them. Is there... Yeah, I'm also kind of looking for spots I can get enough silk to unmaggot myself and eventually heal. Because I'm probably gonna run out of health at some point in Bile Water due to Bile Water being Bile Water. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna intentionally run myself out of health. And I can at least try. There could be a tool off to the right. I don't think there is, but there could be a tool over in Weave Nest somewhere. A tool is near this area, maybe. There could be a tool in Weave Nest. at the very least, no. I mean, it's worth... I mean, it's not like I know where the tool is, otherwise I would have just gone straight there. Yeah, I don't see anything else over here. This is a larger room than I expected it to be, though. At least gives me a free clearing of the muck maggots, which I do slightly appreciate, though I'm going to immediately get muck maggoted or mucked getting back out of here again. Yeah, there is no breakable wall. I mean, there might not be. It's entirely possible I already broke it, or... Who? I really don't know. This game is so good, though. It really is a very, very well put together game. Team Cherry knows... Yeah, Team Cherry does know what they're doing. Yeah, I can't figure out which one I'm missing. The description I've gotten is that it's somewhere from people who seem to at least have an idea of which one I'm missing, which is more of an idea than I have, is that it is a tool behind a breakable either wall or ceiling somewhere in Bilewater, which is not a very small area to check. Yeah, Bilewater is a rather large area. Why do I hear what sounds like a void mass? Yeah, I hear what sounds like a void mass, and that has me concerned, because I definitely do not have the health to deal with a void mass right now. Yeah, I definitely do not have the health to deal with a void mass right now. I mean, I suppose I could get lucky and just not take a hit. I mean, I suppose that works. Yeah, can I see my map? I mean, yeah, the tool we're missing is whatever tool that is. Then the map is rather large map. We're almost out of Bilewater in this direction. I suspect it's not this direction, and it's probably up somewhere. These rooms kind of feel suspicious to me. These long horizontal rooms. Slingshot. I'm guessing that's the name of the item. I'm not sure why I'm collecting rosaries. It's not like I can spend them on anything. Yeah, I've been playing other Metroidvanias since. Yeah, there are other good Metroidvanias, but Silksong is a hard game to beat. Because, yeah, like I said, Team Cherry knew what they were doing. They did a very good job putting the game together. It's near-ish the name. It's at least a hint. Yeah, you could say for CSRO. So up here? I think the fastest way for me to get up there is to warp back to the Bellway and then run from there, because that'll also let me restore my health and whatnot at the bench. So yeah, to the left below the bench, near the Bilewater text. Like here? That's what I'm getting from that description. Small, skinny room. I'd have to look at the map again. So possibly this one also. Somewhere around here, I'm guessing, is where that's at least where I'm gonna go check next. Yeah, that's at least narrows it down a little bit, because Bilewater is a absolutely massive area. Yeah, but Bilewater's a slightly large area with a few things hanging around here. Yeah, vertical map. It does come in endlessly helpful that I actually have a complete map of the entirety of Silksong. Like, I do have all the map sections unlocked at this point. I need to go up further. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how to navigate this area. Honestly, why am I not using my Silk Soar to just quickly launch up quite a ways? Okay, that is maybe slightly less fortunate. Because I can Silk Soar up quite a ways. And that does... I'm not sure why I used my heal right there. Does put me into the correct spot. Yeah, I'm not sure. Small skinny room. I'm guessing this is small skinny room. Because there's a lot of stuff here. Could be worse. There's Road and Biowater were meant to be one biome, so its Biowater could have been even worse of a clue. I suppose that's technically true. I'm gonna break that trap. Oh, I see it. That would have taken me absolutely forever to find. Yeah, that would have taken me ages to locate. Quick Sling. Acquire all tools. Doubles the number of tools thrown. Interesting. If I threw tools, that would come in very handy. Did I just send a bunch of spikes down? Yeah, I just sent a bunch of spiked balls down. I don't see anything else up here. But yeah, it's all the tools. That's also apparently 99% completion. Which I think means, unfortunately, I'm running out of things to... Yeah, the Residents of Biowater are actually using that tool against me. Honestly, that tracks. I don't think I'm missing a tool. I think I'm missing the Coral Heart. Yeah, I think I'm missing the Coral Heart. I think. Because I have 3 of the 4 hearts sitting here. I know where the last one is. It's over in Coral. That area scares me, though. Yeah, progressing the plot. I mean, I could have progressed the plot for quite a while. Because, yeah, I should do flea games instead. Flea games are probably easier. We also have Passing of an Age. I suppose I could... I suppose I could go distract myself slightly more. I do have the egg from Flea Circus. I have all the tools. I got the achievement pop-up for all the tools when I picked up the slingshot. So I'm not concerned about the tools being what's missing. Yeah, I'm not concerned about a tool being the last item. We also have all spool fragments, all masks, fully upgraded needle, all crests, all memory lockets, all these abilities done, all silk hearts. So I'm guessing it's Coral and or just progressing the game closer to the end. I do want to beat Coral, but I kind of want to just go do the quest. Because we have, like, 2 quests remaining. And I am definitely not, absolutely not 0% chance that I'm actively doing the best I can to put off having to go do Coral as long as possible. I do need to equip the actual tool for... Yeah, I do need to actually equip the tool for the Needle File quest, though, is the funny part. That would be, I believe, the needle file. I'm going to put that into right up. I'm going to put that into right up. I like my flint slate more, though, than the flea brew. Yeah, this is truly... but Seth is there, maybe now. Seth is maybe now there, so I won't have the high score. I could go look. Truly, this is the most important thing to do. This is a quest. Granted, I don't think this is a very difficult quest. Infected creatures, fully charged staff from the needle file. Which does appear to be a unlimited use tool, which does come in helpful. I don't know if there's other Seth dialogues that I haven't done. Given we kind of beat him and then have been ignoring him since. I do feel slightly bad for ignoring Seth. Because he's not... He is a fairly nice character outside of being mildly terrifying to fight. Yeah, if I don't know, then I probably haven't. Then I probably haven't. Because I, don't know. Okay, there's definitely something black thread in this area. Not sure where. Because it is R up. Yeah, it's not terribly difficult. I just need to find things to collect plasmified blood from. Okay, so some of these enemies are... These worms are not as easy to collect plasmium from as some of the others. I know there's some enemies in this area that don't really move. Though also... Okay, collecting the plasmium actually might be a little bit more difficult than I thought. Because those enemies are also hard to hit. Because they're up in the... Because, yeah, the challenge on this enemy is it's kind of up in the air? Yeah. Do I have the conch shell? I have all the tools, I'm just definitely not stalling doing coral. Okay, this one I might be able to hit. Though also... These things that spew plasmium everywhere are... Why is it not... Okay, the charge time is, like, ridiculously long. Okay, I do need to keep my health up. It does help that these things give me silk. And regenerate. Okay, that is 2 plasmified blood out of 10. Okay, I'm definitely gonna run out of health doing this at this rate. Yeah, procrastinator, you hardly know her. Yeah, I'm trying to just not run out of health. Though also, maybe running up to the bench by Mr. Assistant Guy might be a decent spot. Because if I can find more places... If I can find more places that I can heal... Yeah, I think using the bench... I think using the bench up here might be the play, so I don't... Yeah, we're his assistant. Oh yeah, we're this guy's... I can never remember these guys' names. They're like... They're not that hard to read. Yeah, only good skilled players do Coral Tower even when they can progress. At some point, I do need to beat Coral Tower. I do know that I need to beat it at some point here. I'm just... Because I want 100%, and I'm guessing that is a major element of... Yeah, I'm guessing that Coral is a major element of the game. Zango's the assistant. Xylotl is the main guy. Right. The names are just confusing. Yeah, because for whatever reason, I remember that both their name... I can remember both of the names start with Z. But I can't remember more details than that. Yeah. Or is... Yeah, he's... I mean, he's probably slightly dead, given we also showed up and said hi. Yeah, given we also showed up and said hi to them, I'm guessing they're not... I mean, they're definitely not in good shape after getting smacked by both. Oh, is there a crawly guy over here? There is a crawly guy over here. That is called how to not fully trigger them. I can't see him because he went behind my microphone. Okay, apparently we're out of health. He's dead, he just has plasma. Well, we also turned around and smacked him a few times with a flaming... Yeah, these enemies aren't the easiest to hit. Okay, the needle file has a much longer range than I thought it did. Yeah, the needle file, it has for some reason I thought the needle file was like way short range, but that is... I can hit things from a surprising distance away. It's actually kind of helpful. Yeah, hardest boss. Absolutely hardest boss is just hitting enemies with the needle file. Because we don't need that much more plasmium. Of course he's going to change what attack he's doing. I should heal. Please stop attacking me. I need your blood. Also, welcome to stream, Ada. And another item if I collect all the plasmium. Yeah, it's kind of what I'm figuring. But also, it is a quest that I can use to stall Coral. And, I like quests I can use to stall Coral. Because the entire premise of Coral scares me. But only actually, it's more than a little bit. They say only a little bit, but it's actually a lot bit. And I might as well do every quest in the entire game. Okay, you're gonna crawl around. Okay, there we go. That's all the plasmium we need. You wish you were home so you could play more Meat of the Hollow? I've heard very good things about that game. I'll probably play it at some point. Coral's not that bad. Yeah, assistant. That odor. Ah, you have the plasmified blood. If I make it most of the way through Coral, the run back is easier. That makes it slightly less scary sounding. Give items. Yes.
Buenita.
Take it, sir. Though what insight will it grant you, I cannot say. Yeah, I'm probably going to play Meat of the Hollow on stream at some point. The boss isn't that difficult getting them, however. That's kind of what I've been hearing. Yeah, have faith, dear assistant. After all this, I understand. The greatest knowledge comes only from faith. Faith in plasmium. This blood you have collected sparkles. I see it. A glorious form, a glorious future, shimmering back at us. Yeah, Coral, it's mostly the arenas and the fact that I was like a damage upgrade, an entire health short, and like right at the start of Act 3. Through the consumption of the blood, we shall at last attain enlightenment. For your reward, take the gland from within my shell, my gift to you. I have no more need of it, and it shall grant you unending reserves of plasmium. Yes, plasmium. Pure, beautiful plasmium. They used a mod to buff him because you wanted a cool fight. I suppose that's fair. I mean, plasmium gland. That is an item. Yeah, gotta give it credit of that is an item. Which is... I did not mean to use my tool there. I meant to use some needling. Yeah, wish you didn't have to work. It's supposed to be over 100 degrees today. That's a little bit warm. That's a little bit on the toasty side. I don't know, is there anything else I could do other than passing the age or Coral? Are there any other... I think I've completed all the quests. I think I've completed all the quests everywhere else. Yeah, also installed a modded buff, Grandmother Silk. Grandmother Silk is a pretty easy fight. I'm gonna check that there's not any mysterious Songclave or Bellheart quests that are conveniently in the place where I can go get distracted by them. But realistically speaking, we're gonna go start working our way through Coral here momentarily. Because we've beaten a lot of bosses today. Also, honestly, I might as well just turn all my rosaries into rosary strings. Because it's not like I have anything else to do them. Yeah, I could find Seth's dialogue location to buff the flea high scores. Yeah, you beat Coral first before Carmelita. Carmelita was fairly tricky. It was a fun fight, though, because it was kind of like a bit of a dance for the Carmelita fight. I don't know why I want to give them all my extra rosaries. Because I know each of these only breaks for, I think, 60, and I buy them for 80. But also, what else am I going to use my rosaries on? Yeah, like what else am I going to use my rosaries on at this point? I've bought out every shop in the game. Because, yeah, Coral has me mildly concerned. Yeah, Carmelita's fast boss fight is challenge. Yeah, nothing on this wish wall. Because I'm pretty sure that the last progression percentage we need is just Coral and then go towards beating the game, is my general theory. Yeah, where is Hornet Story? That is honestly a good question. They're not hauling around a backpack or anything of the sort. They kind of just... But that many pockets? So, those must be some, like, bottomless pockets. What hearts do I have? I have the one from Carmelita, I have the one from Verdania, and I have the one from Nihilith after the Seth fight. I have those three. I am missing the one from Coral, even though I do know exactly where it is. Yeah, because this shop is also basically completely sold out. I might as well buy a shard bundle and use up a couple of my rosaries. I'm not sure why I need that. Yeah, I could say the same about most video game protagonists. Honestly fair. But yeah. Because there's just a lot of stuff. Does this restore my silk? That does restore my silk. Because, like, we are missing some stuff from Materium. But as far as I can tell, this stuff doesn't actually actively count towards completion percentage either. I've also run out of obvious things to stall Coral. So, I mean, there's only one thing left to do. Yeah, just storing everything in her jail purse. Fair enough. Yeah, there's only one thing left to do, and that is get slightly destroyed by Coral, probably quite a few times in a row. Though I have been playing very, very well. I've been doing very, very well against boss fights today. We did Trobbio after like 10 attempts. We did both Craw Father and Gur first try. We did like Watcher the Edge second try. So if there's a day I'm gonna beat Coral quickly, it would be today. Step one is I still have to get up to Coral, though. It's ridiculous for Mina, because in that game, the currency is bones, and some ones drop bigger bones than the purse. That honestly sounds pretty funny. Yeah, that honestly sounds pretty funny. You're just imagine the protagonist just hauling around piles of bones. Yeah, Trobbio is fun. They're very energetic. Do I know where a jail purse is? Not off the top of my head. Not off the top of my head. I'm guessing it's probably... Oh, would that be at the end of the parkour, maybe? I don't know. It's gonna be somewhere. Everything revolves around bones. I mean, gotta like your bones sometimes. Do not fall into the angry sand. I'm gonna go sit at this bench even though it's a dream. Yeah, even though Coral's more of one of the, like, dream bosses. Hold on, it's down a needle it. Yeah, leveling up costing money feels rough at first. I've seen rougher mechanics in games, to be fair. I do think that one of the roughest things I've seen in the game so far is honestly in Memories in Orbit, which is one of the other games we're playing right now, where you can apparently permanently lose your health upgrades if you find certain trigger points in the world. Yeah, I'm probably gonna play Mina the Hollower at some point. It's on the list of games I want to play. It's on the list of games I want to play at the very least. Okay, that is a... The list of games I want to play is a rather sizable list, to be fair. So it's not something that I'm not running out of games anytime soon. Hey, I'm not running out of games. I bought the latest Steam summer sale anytime soon. I may or may not have bought 120 games during the Steam summer sale, because I happened to get a bonus from work like 3 days before the sale started. Yeah, I may or may not have happened to get a bonus from work like 3 days before the Steam summer sale and bought 120 games on sale. Which is it's a few. 120. I counted. Yeah, I counted. And that is not a... That is, like, legitimately the number that I got. Granted, a lot of the games I got were, like, $1 or $2 a piece. And they're not all Metroidvanias or stuff that I play on stream, because a lot of them are just like, oh, this game won Game of the Year, like, years ago, and it's now on sale for, like, $2. It was a decent bonus. Not new house money, but also Steam summer sale. Half the games, yeah, I spent entirely too much money on the Steam Summer Sale. But hey, it's a lot of games, which means a lot of both stream content and also just off-stream games for me to play. I have not seen that enemy before. That was a new enemy. Yeah. Okay, yeah, the coral here is not terrible. This isn't terrible. Though the floor being angry is not the most convenient thing ever. Yeah, the floor being covered in spikes is not the most useful thing ever, but yeah. Got a lot of good games. Which is gonna be fun. Yeah, the games are gonna be fun. Because about half of them are Metroidvanias and stuff in other games that I've kind of bookmarked for various streams in the future. So there's definitely a lot of stream content there. Because I suppose I could hit the blades back at them. Can I take out one of them really fast? Yes, I can. I like taking out one of them quickly. And then I can heal there. Okay. That is another arena down. That arena got a little bit tougher. Yeah, my concern is how many arenas there are in a row. Yeah, turns out having max possible damage and health is pretty good. That is fair enough. Yeah, Game of the Year stuff lost so much merit. Yeah, they give out a lot of they give out that award to a lot of games, but like, if you start looking at the older games that have it, it's not as ridiculous of a list. Okay, this is Coral Arena 3. Okay, I can get myself back up to full health. Okay, that is gonna be... Yeah, I can't say I necessarily am a fan of all the spikes on the floor that Coral keeps... Yeah, all the spikes on the floor that Coral keeps throwing at me, I can't say I'm the biggest fan of. I get what it's... I get the point. Like, I get the point of all those things on the floor. I'm just saying it's makes it mildly tricky. But I suppose it helped against those guys. I deal a lot of damage. Yeah, I really do deal a, like, absurd amount of damage with the Hunter's Crest. Like, that is... honestly, barely... Okay, I'm gonna take that guy out and heal. Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot of damage. Oh, now the entire floor is spikes. Okay, that's mildly concerning. Yeah, I mean, I have Expedition 33. I've had it for a while. It's somewhere in my backlog. Yeah, Expedition 33 is somewhere in my backlog, which... saying it's somewhere in my backlog is like saying that the game was published sometime in the last 20 years. Okay, I want that guy to break the spikes on the floor. Okay, I need to be more careful here because I'm about to run out of health. Okay, that is one enemy taken care of. I'm trying to not use my reserve bind if I can get away with not using it. Yeah, if I can get away with not using my reserve bind, that is generally beneficial. Okay, I do need to keep my health up, though. Because, yeah, I'm going to use my reserve bind. I would rather not have my reserve bind for future arenas than lose this arena. And I wasn't sure when I'd run out of health. And then those enemies are easy. Yeah, you didn't like how Expedition 33 used Gen AI and then hid the fact. That was not cool of them. For sure. I generally don't like games that use generative AI in the first place. So games that use it and lie about it, especially given that the awards... Oh, is that the shortcut? I think I just opened up the shortcut. That's helpful. Yeah, I generally don't support games that I know use AI. Occasionally I can't tell soon enough, but I do my best to try to avoid it. Yeah, I said it was a placeholder. If it's a placeholder, use the classic. Yeah, use the classic obnoxious purple texture that doesn't blend into the game. Because then you don't run a risk of accidentally leaving it in the game forever. Because yeah, there's a reason that a lot of the placeholder textures are the most obnoxious, purples and oranges and whatnot. Because there is a 0% chance you're going to accidentally leave a 0% blended purple texture in your game. Or stick figure art. There are plenty of ways to make placeholder textures that are not any slower than AI and aren't a problem. And don't cause problems. Okay, we're still climbing up. Okay, we do have the path opened. I'm guessing this is the boss. This feels like a boss room. Hi there. Yeah, just don't use generative AI. And all the arguments are, oh, we didn't intend to keep it in the game. And also oh, generative AI is not that bad. Then why do you feel the need to hide it? If it's not bad to use, then why are you hiding the fact that you're using it? Is one of my other stances. Because if you have confidence that AI is the future and nobody minds using it, then why hide the fact that you used it? That clearly implies that people care and don't want to see it used. Okay. I'm gonna heal again? But these attacks are fairly easy to dodge. Or at least most of these attacks are fairly easy to dodge. Though also, this fight is getting slightly chaotic. this fight is a little chaotic here. Did I just first try a third boss this stream? What? Our claws to crush. Our claws to rule. Our claws to save them all. The fact that I first tried 3 separate Act 3 bosses in one stream is unreal. Because that's also the 5 bosses in one stream that are Act 3 bosses. Obtained the encrusted heart. It beats deep and slow. Yeah, this boss is a joke, but it counts. I mean, the 3 that we won, I think all 3 of the ones we first tried this stream are kind of jokes. Because it was this boss who did get a little chaotic there at the end. I'll give him credit for that. It was Gur the Outcast, and it was Craw Father. And then we second tried Watcher at the Edge, and like 10th tried Trobbio. We turned the hearts in that bone bottom area, I think. Gur and Craw Father were also pretty easy compared to what I expected. We're missing 1 completion percentage still. I'm gonna turn in the hearts, given I have all 4 of them now. So I'm not concerned about missing something, I don't think. And I'm guessing that the last completion percentage we're missing is progression. In a few years, people are going to be talking about games like Silksong. I don't think Expedition 33 is going to be remembered quite as well, yeah. Okay, I found the well in the hidden chambers beyond. The power that remained in its space I have taken for myself. Apparently I never talked to them after stealing their crest. Found yourself a new nature, aye? And from the shells of our ancestors, no less. All those many who have called these lands their home. You make it seem so simple-like. All of that learning, all of that strength, sucked up in a whirl of silk. We'd call you a thief, old one, and cruel for the taking. But it's all coming down soon if you can't stop it. There's an advantage in your act that might see these caves safe. Then it's better you make your claim. Yeah, Silksong I feel is going to be remembered for quite a long time. Same thing with Hollow Knight. What's this? That's an unexpected heart you're holding, old one. We can guess to its source, though we believed it long gone from these lands. I bought Expedition 33 like when it released, well before any of the AI stuff came out about it. And I just haven't played it since then either. And it's way past the refund period, but I'll play it at some point, maybe. Yeah, the heart of a graceful lord. In its taking, I was able to witness his caves and kingdom as once they flourished. A stunning sight. Unique. All gone. Lost to the pale monarch. And the system to keep her caged. This time, shamans, I have the hearts. Enough as requested. Enough to build your spell, yes? But yeah. I'd hesitate to play Expedition 33 on stream because I don't want to actively support the fact that they lied about using AI is kind of my stance on it. Aye, we're ready. Still, it's a sad set you're holding there. Strength such as few shall ever know. And all about to burn for Farloom's saving. I'll warn ya, old one. This first part might not be pleasant, but we'll get you in there, deep as needed. Now you've only to ready yourself for what comes after. Lay up on the dais, and we'll begin. Yeah, Mina's definitely getting remembered too. People were worried it wouldn't live up to Shovel Knight, but it certainly does. Yeah, that's what I've heard is that it, like, lived up to the expectations. Which is why I'm like, I'm gonna play it at some point. It's just a question of when I get around to playing it. Also, I don't know what spell they're casting on me, but this doesn't necessarily seem the safest. Yeah. Expedition 33 at least removed the AI, though the fact that they lied about it and then got called out on it, that was slightly concerning and creepy looking. Yeah. There's lines. Red memory. This is new. Yeah, we're in. Oh, did I just fall? Okay. We're gonna need to platform through here a little bit, I think. Okay, it's not terrible. Ah, shoot, I missed. Yeah, Mina the Hollower is, from what I've heard, is very, very well put together and a very good game. And is definitely on the list for me to play in the future at some point. This platforming should not be this difficult. Yeah, this platforming really should not be anywhere close to as difficult as it was proving to be right there. Okay, enter. Yeah, Silksong got the award it actually deserved in the Steam Awards, though. The Steam Awards tend to be pretty good because they're also, like, generally have a decent amount of, like, user and player voting in them instead of just... I remember at one point, I think it was the Game Awards that people were voting on games that, like, the judges were rating games that they hadn't played, though that might have been some other set of awards. Show us your craft, child. Small net. Show it splendid, as only we can teach. Prove yourself more weaver than worm. It's a small little baby hornet. And yeah, apparently we've been able to control Silk for absolutely ever. This is... Oh, and those are all... Are we sucking in the weavers? This is... Or are we... I don't know what we're doing, but yeah. Release date update. I mean, Silksong... I think Silksong needs to... Or does a good job with its difficulty. Because it's a very fair and balanced level of difficulty. I missed that jump. Yeah, easier than it was on release day. I've heard some horror stories about... Yeah, it's just a memory, that's why they're just... I suppose that also makes sense. Yeah. If memory serves, Hornet's like half Weaver and half Worm, I think. Assuming I have my Hollow Knight lore straight. Where am I going? I can platform if I know where I'm going on the platforms. Because yeah, that was a little ways over. I think it was like down here. Okay, over to the left. Yeah, we seem to be in Hornet's memory. The fact that it took 3 like extremely powerful hearts to open up Hornet's memories is honestly kind of interesting. Like, I think Hornet's a lot more powerful than they get credit for. Oh, we're in Hollow Nest now. What? Hold on. What? I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. That's That's fascinating. Ignore them, daughter. They're whispers. Greater, grander, weaver, guardian, queen. Those are their desires, not your own. Certainly not mine. It's the city in like the bottom left of Deep Nest, which I mean did have weavers there in that area, were weaver-looking things. So I suppose they are actually weavers. Only if you resist them, you might see it. Another hope beyond. But to recall these words in time so far, will you even remember me, child? Could you? A mother before the mask, before I lay forever in duty. Who weave they ver? I suppose, yeah. Yeah, we're a little ways out there. Which is... Haha, she said duty. Oh, yeah. It is... Yeah, it's like, I know that place. I also missed the easiest jump in the game. That was definitely not challenging platforming. Okay, apparently I don't even need to pogo off everything. I'm assuming I go down again. Are we just going deeper and deeper? Oh, now we're in Hive. Oh, these are like actually the Hollow Knight areas. They look really, I don't know why, but they look so much cooler, more interesting, something in this version. I missed that jump. Yeah, the path of pain. It's only slightly painful. There's only some slight pain in the path of pain. Yeah, we just keep going deeper and deeper into Hornet's memories here. Spoiled for the hollowness damage before you finish the game. So for you thought Silksong was going to have a bit where we explore the entire biomes? Apparently not. Path of mild discomfort. Good. Better. Yet still, you will need to be faster. I did not realize that Hornet would have trained with the bees. I suppose that kind of makes sense. Hornet training with the hornets. In time, they will come for you. Those who fear your nature, and those seeking to claim it. To survive our world, you must learn to sting, swift and sudden. Fascinating. Yeah, Hornet trained under the Hive Queen Vespa. We knew this since Hollow Knight drew the devs, but never confirmed in the game. I mean, most of what I know about the lore is stuff I get from the games. Hold on. Hold on. I thought I saw something in the background there. No. But for some reason, I thought I saw like an interesting bit of lore there. Yeah, she's the daughter of 3 queens, and the reason why there's the tramway. I didn't put that together. The reason that Hornet's the reason the tramway exists. This platforming should not be this difficult. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Silksong is now officially canonized. I suppose that does make sense to some degree. Where are we going now? This looks like the pathway outside of the palace. Oh, this is basically just the palace. Okay. I like how I keep doing a side attack instead of a down pogo. Yes, because you're still using the starting diagonal pogo. I mean, I'm using that specifically because the upgraded Hunter's Crest is ridiculously strong. But also the It's also not the greatest for platforming. Nothing off to the right. It's not the greatest for platforming ever. The one that I find is easiest for platforming is probably Reaper Crest. That's the one I've used for most of the major platforming throughout the game. Which, it works out fairly well. I'm surprised I did that, like, first try. Or second try, I guess. I'm surprised at how fast I did that platforming. That is very, very bright. Holy cow. I closed my eyes. This parkour and memory searching, fueled by the blood of old gods, better or worse than therapy? I think therapy is probably safer. But this might be more effective. Alas, Spider's child. For our ways, you will think us harsh. You will think us uncaring, unrepentant. And so we must seem, for such is the cost of our wish. It's a little bit harsh. Hornet was like wearing the white cloak of the palace. Interesting. You are wrong, lady. I knew the wish, and the price to achieve it. And now, across these many ages, I have only come to know it better.
Yanara.
Strength in mind, in care, in claw. Strength enough that I may live to see a world better than our own, or to craft a world as I desire. That was the wish of my mother, of my mentor, and of you. Indeed, Spider, so much pain you must have passed to speak our hope so simply. For her you become, who knows clear our desire, and has seen full the darkness beneath our house. I would show you the gift. Yeah, I feel like the moment this game released and crashed every single gaming storefront, yeah, the gaming industry sucks. It wasn't. Yeah, the fact that it's impressive if you manage to crash Steam with a game release. Witness the first light, the only means we possess to resist that void with which our family is forever linked. Reach forth, child, grown strong. Wrest it from this remembrance. Burn yourself free from our sad fate. I mean, I wouldn't say game of the decade till the decade's over, because who knows what else is coming out. But yeah, Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch stores are all much easier to crash. Obtained the Everbloom. Fragile flower taken from a deep and distant memory. Its pale light wards against the void. Yeah, Xbox, PlayStation, and Steam stores or Switch stores are easier to crash. Steam is surprisingly resilient. We have obtained a flower. Objective updated. Hey, look, we have 100% completion. Yeah, we have 100% completion now that we have the Everbloom. Technically, according to the completion tracker. That's actually pretty good. I like that. Yeah, the snail shamans. Yeah, the snail shamans don't seem to have done very well. We still have a heart. What can I do with the heart? Can I put the heart, like... I don't know. Where? I'm thinking maybe my bell home, because that's where a lot of my other collectibles seem to go. Is the bell home. So I'm going to go look at that. And then investigate what to do now, because I'm guessing the remaining thing is going to be the final boss. Like, I'm guessing that the only real thing remaining is the final boss sequence somewhere. I mean, there's definitely stuff missing, but it appears that nothing we're missing counts as a completion percentage. At the very least. Like, Game of the Decade is also a very hard choice to make. Okay, so, that is one of the mementos. I do wonder what the other 4 are. Yeah, next year's gonna be GTA 6. Honestly, it's going to win a Game of the Year award. Whether or not it deserves it remains to be seen. I'm honestly not personally a huge fan of a lot of the GTA games. I find them kind of violent in a distasteful way. Yeah, Still Beating Heart isn't the weirdest thing you've seen on a shelf. I have questions, and I'm not sure I want the answers. Descend Last Dive. Dive into the void and cut Farloom free. How do I get back to the abyss? Is the diving bell repaired? That's my current working theory, is that the diving bell may be repaired. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want the answers to the question of what would be the weirdest thing if a Still Beating Heart isn't it. Because a Still Beating Heart is pretty weird. Yeah, next year, because the release date of GTA 6 is like 2 days before. I mean, given how unfair some of the judging is, it very well might win this year. Okay, so where do I need to go? The diving bell was... I think this bench over here. I think that one is the diving bell. I'm pretty sure, at least. I could be completely misremembering. Yeah, somewhere eventually I can, because it's either going to be the diving bell here, or it's going to be lava pit here. I'm guessing are going to be our access points to the void. And given that the name of the quest is The Last Dive, I'm inclined to believe it's more likely. I'm inclined to believe it's more likely the diving bell than going down through a bunch of lava. Yeah, it would be very polarizing if the game the jury's been able to play for 2 games. Yeah, I mean, it's less that it would be fair and more that I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it's more that I just wouldn't be surprised if that happened. Because, yeah, like, I don't doubt that it's going to be a good game, but like I said, I'm not a huge fan of... Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the GTA games, because like I said, I just find them, like, violent in a somewhat untasteful for me sort of way. Like, I have no problem with other people playing them or whatnot. They're just not the sort of game I generally enjoy. But yeah, I don't know. But also, they are some of the generally best rated games out there. But regardless, and also, I think GTA 6 has been determined to have the highest budget of basically any game ever. Give or take margin of error. Give or take a little bit. Because hasn't GTA 6 costed like $6 billion to develop or something like that? Yeah. Only been out for 2 days, still won Game of the Year. That would be very confusing for a lot of people. And it just shows that they rush through the games to rate them, which doesn't work. I mean, they do rush through the games. A lot of the judges for, like, the Game of the Year awards and whatnot do rush through games. I still endlessly find the game reviewer Cuphead review, if you guys know what review I'm talking about. Yeah, GTA 6 has already made... I don't know if that $3 billion number is actually accurate or if it's exaggerated. but it's been a very, very... It was a very expensive game to develop. Miss, hello. I see you've survived. Somehow? Thought that last plunge must have been your end. It was not. I survived the fall and managed a treacherous return. For the diving bell's failure, the risks were clear to me. The fault lies not with you. As you say, this bell's old, and time has a way of breaking things even as fine-forged as this. And see below, for its failure, I've been working hard at improving the design. Your last journey ended up being a valuable test. Ahem. Honestly, Memories in Orbit would be Game of the Year material from what I've seen so far. Though also I have a suspicion it wouldn't win because it's niche enough of a game. But yeah, good. That return path is long closed to me, and your bell is now needed again. So it is the diving bell path. Again? Well, if you're game enough to try a second time, a shell shield's been fitted, and the bell's like new. Better than new. It's... For GTA 6, the thing I find distasteful is it's like... large quantities of realistic violence as the main focus of the game. It rubs me in a weird way that Souls-like games don't, like the Dark Souls games don't rub me that way for whatever reason, even though they're also humanoids. But it's like something about like about it being like, yeah, these are actually people, and it's like the entire focus of the game is, or like one of the major focuses of the game is the violence and whatnot, and it just rubs me the wrong way. For it's not the only game. It's the same reason you don't see me playing a lot of like first-person shooter games, or like games like Call of Duty or Battlefield or whatnot. Same sort of like, those just rub me the wrong way for whatever reason. If you plan another descent, head down, holler, and I'll get you going. Yeah, you can kill kids in Fallout 2. Yeah, I've played the Fallout games. They were better, I think, but not. There's just some games that are like very heavily violence-based just don't sit well with me. Holler when you're ready, miss. The upgrades are done. That bell's as ready as it'll ever be. Like, you'll notice, I play a lot of games that aren't hyper-realistic and aren't trying to be hyper-realistic for whatever time they were made in. Is also part of it, I think. It's hard for me to describe exactly what the, like, line for me is beyond it exists. Like, there's definitely a line there, and like the GTA games, Call of Duty games, Battlefield games tend to cross it, but like Dark Souls doesn't. Yeah, like Dark Souls doesn't cross that line, to me at least. And like Elden Ring doesn't. Almost no 2D games would come even close to hitting that line for me. So like, I don't know exactly what the line is, but I definitely have one. Yeah, I definitely have one. But yeah, everyone has different line. Yeah, I mean, I know it's fiction also, and that does help. But like, for some reason, like, I don't know if I like have a hard time separating some of these games from reality if they're like trying to be hyper realistic or like what it is. Like I am like outside of games, I am pretty strongly a pacifist to the point where people occasionally get on my case for how much of a pacifist I am. But like, and like I don't mind like bashing up some of these bugs in a video game. But there's definitely a line somewhere. Is it down the left side? It is down the left side. I'm trying to remember how to navigate through the void. Because we're probably about to run... I'm guessing we're going to run into the final boss of Silksong shortly after the bench. And given how difficult... Yeah, hoping Dust Bloods will be good. You have high hopes for that game. I'm trying to remember which game that is. There's a lot of games that I try to keep track of. Yeah, I have a feeling that we're about to run into the final boss, and given how... And I've heard that there's 3 lace fights. And given how difficult the first 2 have been, this is concerning. Child, I hold the means to descend. Let us meet one final time and quell this black ruin of our making. Yeah, the credits are way better than it gets credit for, but it needs more good games. Yeah, Switch 2. I only have a Switch 1 and a 3DS. I haven't ever gotten a Switch 2. I may at some point, but it would be because there's a specific exclusive game I want to play, and that hasn't been the case yet. Who are you hoping you'll find down there, Spider? An ailing child and a silk-starved beast? But yeah, some of the most compelling game stories have been the ones that aren't afraid to get into controversial topics. I don't mean just like for the sake of it. I don't mind controversial topics in a lot of games. It's just the violent. It's just like violence for the sake of violence that I think I have trouble with in games. I think that's kind of where my line winds up being, is somewhere around that. But yeah. If so, I'm afraid we may sorely disappoint. What waits below is me no longer. Even if only your shadow remains, to release your mother's grip, my blade would see it slain. Then why hold, even this moment? Surely terror hasn't suddenly claimed your hardened heart. Take the final plunge, Spider. Join us in my drowning palace. Let oblivion swallow us all. Yeah, the graphics. I've heard pretty good things about the Switch 2 graphics. But also, I play a lot of games that aren't most graphically intensive. Oblivion may take you, child. My own life, I shall not sacrifice. I have survived the fury of your land. I have borne its barbs and its blades. And I have seen wonder behind its dangers. But always, child, I remain a daughter of Hollownest, and the void below all things. That darkness I will fear no longer. Like, I'll probably get a Switch 2 at some point, because inevitably they're gonna do... Honestly, the thing I'm gonna get a Switch 2 for is when they release, like, the next Xenoblade Chronicles game, or the next Xenoblade game, and it'll be a Switch 2 exclusive. But, like, that's legitimately what's gonna be the reason I get it. But I just haven't gotten it yet, because it's not like I play games in portable mode, like, ever. We are diving down through a lot of void here. This is a lot of the void. Wow, we just keep going down. It's a very pretty flower. Yeah, it is a very pretty flower. It's holding back the void. I mean, it held back the void enough for us to... I'm not sure where we're going. I'm not sure if we're gonna immediately get a boss fight, or if there's gonna be an area before the boss fight. I'm not sure. Okay, that's freaky. Hi, Grandmother Silk. You don't look very happy or healthier. Something seems off. Yeah, lost lace. That's a large... That's a scary title card. Yeah, I just know that I've had difficulty with every lace fight so far. and I have a sneaking suspicion this one will not be any different. I should make sure I keep my health. I should make sure I keep my health up. Like, I've gotten pretty good at... I feel like I've gotten pretty good at Silksong at this point. But also, this is going to take several attempts. Yeah, you don't play much in handheld mode either. Once in a while, you'll take it out to the house and just connect it to the phone's hotspot. I suppose that does work. Hopefully we don't have as much of a cutscene each time. Because, I mean, this is a... I do think it wants to be a epic final confrontation, but also, this is going to take several attempts. That is, I think... I do like the, like, big full-screen title cards that some of the bosses throw out at us. Are we not losing health to the black thread anymore? We're not losing silk to the black thread anymore? Hold on. Is that... I just got distracted. I got very distracted by the fact that all of a sudden... It's just like, wait a second. I was expecting the black thread attacks to take my silk, and it's not doing that. I think that 9 Souls final boss might still be harder than Lost Lace. I mean, that boss took me 12 hours, so if we're comparing it against that boss, if that boss is a comparison point, that's concerning. That would be concerning if that's our comparison point boss. Yeah. Don't think you do with that flower, because now I can swim in it. Yeah, I'm guessing it is the flower. But we're definitely not losing the health to the... I suppose it's not so much black thread as it is just void. I suppose it's more void than anything. Yeah, so I'm hoping that this is not as much of a difficulty jump as the 9 Souls final boss was. Because that boss gave me no shortage of problems. Yeah, the 9 Souls final boss gave me no shortage of problems. I think I'm starting to pick up at least a couple of Lace's attack patterns here. Okay, we got a stun. I will take a stun. And what I'm assuming is a phase 2 transition. I'm assuming that's a phase... That looks like a phase transition to me. The real question is, are we beating Silksong this stream? Or is this going to take me more than 30-ish minutes to beat? Yeah, it's tough. You just beat Lady Ethereal. Yeah, Lady Ethereal, that's one of the bigger difficulty jumps in 9 Souls, I think. 9 Souls is one of my favorite games I've played in quite a long time. It's a very well put together game. It's also a somewhat difficult game. Yeah, I think Lady Ethereal took me about 3-ish hours to beat. I think Lady Ethereal took me about 3-ish hours to beat when I played 9 Souls. Might have been closer to 4 hours, but it was somewhere in that general time range. I should really make sure I heal my silk up at the bench before I come down into the boss fight. I should really make sure I get my silk back before I come down into the boss fight. Yeah, because Sit at bench, get a little bit of silk. I think this will make the start of the fight a little bit easier. And the final boss is definitely a difficulty jump too, but it's nowhere near unfair. Oh yeah. I mean, the final boss in 9 Souls is a perfectly fair fight. It just absolutely wrecked me for like 12 straight hours. Over the span of like 3 or 4 streams. I just got absolutely destroyed by the 9 Souls final boss. But it never felt unfair. It never felt unfair, which is the thing that I appreciate. Is I don't mind like extreme difficulty in games, so long as me goofing up and making mistakes feels like me messing up and not the game being unfair to me. How did I get to phase 2? How did I get to phase 2 of this fight at one point? Because I definitely made it there at one point. I think I'm being a little bit too aggressive again. I think I'm playing a little bit overly aggressively again. I'm gonna use my reserve bind and apparently waste my reserve bind, which is unfortunate. I'm gonna heal when I have the chance? Yeah, heal when I have the chance, because I have a sneaking suspicion I'm not gonna get many chances to heal. It's a huge part of the reason why 9 Souls was your game of the year in 2024. I can respect that. It was a very well put together game with, I think 9 Souls only had 1 or 2 boss fights that had like 1 or 2 attacks each that I felt was like, okay, I should not have gotten hit there level, like sort of unfair. But overall was very, very well put together. Especially for the difficulty level. Especially for the difficulty level that the game puts it at. It can almost make some bosses do a certain attack if you're in the air and how far away you are. 9 Souls bosses do respond to your positioning relative to them, I do know that much. Uh-oh. Hi there. That was a not super clean start to the fight. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out... Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the best timings for what I can counter in the Lost Lace fight versus what will cause me to take a fairly sizable pile of damage. Because a lot of these attacks aren't terribly crazy. Yeah, a lot of these attacks aren't terribly crazy to deal with. Just Lace does move pretty fast here. Yeah, Lace does move quite fast. Okay, I can sort of punish that attack. I've noticed that a lot of the attacks that Lace throws out feel like the things that the Void Mass is. It kind of feels like a... Yeah, Lace kind of feels like a mobile Void Mass. Which is, I think it might be a very weird descriptor, or very strange description. But it feels weirdly accurate to me as a description. And like that mental image of a mobile Void Mass seems to be working. I don't trust that that's actually a win. I'm trusting that that's a phase transition. Yeah, that feels like a phase transition. Okay, Grandmother Silk just fell down. I don't know what that was, but the amount of evil void stuff on the ground seems to be mildly concerning. Okay, I want my health. I am at a concerningly low amount of health for the boss. Yeah, the prison section was the bane of your existence the first time, but you've come to appreciate it. It's not the easiest. Not the easiest section of the game. Yeah, certain bosses in this game too. Yeah. But like, if a game gets most of the bosses, if a game that has this level of difficulty gets most of the bosses mostly fair feeling, honestly, I'm cool with that. Because like, I don't expect even like the best games out there to get everything. You think I can win during the stream? We have 25 minutes, which is a reasonable-ish number of attempts, I think. I need to not goof up like that, though, with my healing. Yeah, if I goof up my healing... Yeah, if I goof up my healing that much, I don't last very long. I don't last very long if I goof up my healing that much. But this boss feels doable. I think I need to be a little bit, I think I need to be like 15-20% more careful. I need to be just a tiny bit more careful, I think. Because I've made it to phase 3. I don't know how many phases this boss fight is either. I don't know if it's a 3-phase boss fight or like a 33-phase boss fight. And one of those is significantly more manageable than the others. Okay, that... I really do need to be more careful with dodging the or Lace's parryable attacks. The Hunter's Crest actually works surprisingly well for Lace. I did not mean to use my reserve bind there. For some reason, I thought I had more silk than I did. That hurt. Because I can hit Lace. Yeah, I can hit Lace quite a bit. Yeah, I just need to be a little bit... I think I just need to be a little bit more careful with the boss fight. Yeah, one of your number one pet peeves. Yeah, do I want to know or not? I don't know what you're referencing there. Is one of the pet peeves is with primarily action-focused games is the mandated, let's take away most of your abilities and do a forced stealth section. A lot of them do get that, don't they? I'm just thinking through, like, Silksong got that. Nine Souls got that. A lot of them get that. Probably not tell me how many phases. Because I think it'll be more. I think it'll be a more enjoyable end to the fight if I don't know how. If I don't know when I'm about to win. I'm guessing it's not more than 3 or 4 phases, probably. That's my at least highly scientific guess with 0 evidence. Okay, I do need to be notably more careful than I am being. Because I can hit Lace can punish a lot of these attacks, actually. Yeah, I can actually punish a lot of Lace's attacks without too much. Yeah, without too much difficulty. Because, like, a lot of these attacks are also basically Lace phase, or the second Lace fight, mixed with a Void Mass. I'm gonna heal. Yeah, it feels like the second Lace fight got mixed with a Void Mass, which is a very weird descriptor of how the fight goes, but if it gets me, or if it like learns, yeah, Silksong didn't try to change the entire genre of the game. Yeah, Silksong did it better than most games, I think. Because, yeah, okay, we made it to phase 3 again. I think I just want to hang out up on the wall. Yeah, I think just hanging out up on the wall until the phase actually triggers is I think, the play. So also, a lot of damage there. Yeah, got Horde without the cloak. Yeah. I should also probably use my tools at some point. I have both the tools that let me do more damage per damage. I should really use Flint Slate when I get a stun off, I think. Yeah, I think using the Flint Slate when I actually get the stun off is the play. I think. That's my suspicion. We're getting... I do need to get my cocoon back at some point. Okay, it's not... Okay, right, that attack... That charge attack is a... two-directional attack. Okay, that's actually a really long chain of attacks for the charge across the ground attack. Okay. Yeah, Lace, I think, does 3 attacks in a row on that style of attack, at least. 1, 2, 3, and then, okay. Whether or not they jump up in the air, I can't work out. Yeah, you legit to you think that Silksong is one of the few games where you actually like the stealth section? It was pretty good. Look, you gotta start the rat race. Good luck with the rat race. I do know what you're referencing there, but that's always fun. You don't have to deal with that for a little while longer. Yeah, we're getting there. I really want to beat this boss. Because 100%ing Silksong would be pretty cool. The 100%ing Silksong would be a pretty cool thing to do. But also, it's not like Silksong's an easy game. I am taking entirely too much damage from playing way too aggressively right there. Yeah, I played that. Yeah, I did that section, the start of this attempt, way too aggressively, and it did not work in my favor. Okay, come on. That is called how to not use your Flint Slate. I hit the needle and button instead of the Flint Slate button. We're getting there. Because like my concern is that if I don't beat the boss fight this stream, then the next Silksong stream is going to be like 30 minutes long, which would be funny, but also not the best stream ever. Because that would not be a... Because I don't feel like this boss fight's going to take me an absurdly long, like, hours and hours and hours. So it's also close to end of normal stream time, which makes every boss fight more difficult for me. Because I do struggle with boss fights, especially near the end of a stream. That attack hurts. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to see the ending. That you beat the game, went back and beat the game. Yeah, I kind of had to use infinite health. I'm gonna beat it. It doesn't feel... It feels like a reasonable boss fight. It doesn't feel like something absurdly, unreasonably difficult. It doesn't feel absurdly, unreasonably difficult. I should heal up, though. Or try to heal up. Because I started the phase way too aggressively, and now I'm at a concerningly low amount of health. Hey, wait, so welcome to stream. We're pretty far through Silksong at this point. Yeah, you were just impatient. It doesn't feel unreasonably difficult. And I say that as if this isn't like the most attempts we've done on a single boss this entire stream. Yeah, we've made it. We made it quite. I mean, we made a shocking amount of progress today. We beat 5 entire bosses. Yeah, we beat 5 entire bosses already today, which is a lot more than I was expecting. I was legitimately expecting maybe beat like 1, maybe 2. 1, maybe 2 bosses, not 5 of them, and start on a 6th. Yeah, I mean, there are always the VODs. I'm getting better at editing. I'm getting better at editing clips out of my streams into shorts. As well, into like shorts and other clips as well. Because those do occasionally help. Though, it's whether or not the YouTube algorithm decides to give me 3 views on a short or not. I don't know what determines that sometimes. Never tell an ADHD life form to watch VODs. I mean, I watch VODs of other streamers. and have some of the ADHD side. Yeah, and I mean, it's not like I'm gonna stop streaming anytime soon. I mean, come on, I just got a bunch of upgrades for my model, like, starting this stream. Which, I was a little worried, because it's always a little worrying the first stream with a new model that it's just gonna, like, completely malfunction mid-stream, which is entirely possible. It's always entirely possible that the new model is just gonna, like, completely malfunction, despite the fact that I did a bunch of testing and stuff before the stream. Because this model is, like, not a simple model. Like, this is one of the more... I have one of the more complicated VTuber models that you're gonna probably come across, because, like, everything you see me do with my model is in thumbnails or in stream is something that my model actually has as functionality. You're only in streams because you can type stuff. It does help with the focus. Oh gosh. Where did Lace go? I wanted to use my reserve bind, but I didn't want to get caught by Lace halfway through using my reserve bind. Okay, I can heal, but this is also making it into the next phase without a lot of health. Now, this is a concerningly low amount of health for the next phase. Hang out on the wall temporarily. Second one comes in from the right, but I can also dodge that one on the wall. And then 1, 2, and then it's Lace gonna pop out of the middle. Yeah. I am working things out. We made it into the phase without immediately running out of health. Though also, I still don't have a ton of health. Yeah, just gotta go into this phase as if you were fighting Lace 1. I think it's a little bit more difficult than Lace 1. Just a little bit. Yeah, just in case you have some symptoms of ADHD doesn't mean you have it. I mean, I'm not... I don't talk about my medical situation and stuff on stream. Generally, at least. But I have been to people who can actually diagnose stuff like ADHD before. Yeah, in terms of how much health I have. I mean, yeah, I did have a little bit, not a lot of health. Yeah, this is a little bit more difficult of a fight. Oh, come on. Please be. Come on, Lace. I'm not sure why I just stood there and took the parry attack. I know how to dodge a parry attack. 1, 2, then you're gonna do Void Tendrils. Okay, I can't tell. There's a couple of phases on the Lace fight that I can't get a good read on. Which the second one, White Soul. Oh, come on. Though the first two phases, the first phase is getting, I'm getting a lot more consistent at phase 1. I'm gonna use my reserve bind there. I'm gonna use my reserve bind. And then I'm gonna use a normal heal there. Okay, that's not... I'm gonna heal again since I have the capacity. Okay, that's a little bit better of a health bar. Yeah, that's a little bit better of a health bar than last attempt. But also, phase 3 is a little bit scary. Watch me take damage to the Void goop this time. I almost actually did take damage to the Void goop. Because yeah, this phase of Lace doesn't feel unreasonable. Like, the Lace fight feels entirely reasonable still. It's just a little bit faster paced. It's just a little bit faster paced, and I just need to be a little bit more careful. I don't think I'm gonna get it this attempt, probably. Yeah, I'm not gonna get it that attempt. Yeah. Mother Silk's dying state is so dramatic. It really is in the background there. It's just like mega drama. Mega drama. If I'm too far away after the first dash, the chain is aborted. If I go above a certain height and at the right angle, she'll try to go for an aerial attack. Otherwise, she'll go for a ground. Gotcha. Yeah, I was just having a hard time separating those different attacks from each other in terms of which one I need to do where. But we're definitely making progress. Yeah, I am learning. Yeah, I am learning the patterns that Lace throws out at me. I need to be a bit more careful with the parry counter as well. Because that one is one that that is an attack I can punish. Yeah, the parry is an attack I can punish. But I also need to be more careful than I'm being. I'm gonna heal right there. Yeah, if I don't think I want to be in range. Okay. Because sometimes the parry, I can do it off the ground. It's not the most consistent. That's a lot of health that I did not want to lose. Okay, I'm gonna use my reserve bind because I'm at functionally 1 health. If I don't... Okay, I just need to be careful. Okay, yeah, I need to be a little bit more careful. Yeah, both ground and aerial and ground attacks can either be tendril or swipes with pin. Yeah, those seem to be fairly interchangeable. They have a fairly similar attack range. I have heard of Mecha Chameleon, I just haven't played it. So, I don't know, it seems to be a popular game right now, but also I don't have enough of a group to play it with a lot of the time. Okay, Lost Lace, attempt number quite a few. Unfortunately, we are getting fairly close to the stream time, but I think I might push the stream time a little bit longer to try to beat Lost Lace today. But I'm just looking at the stream time, and it's like my normal stream time end is like approximately now. But also, I want to beat the boss. I want to win. It's also probably full of cheaters. I have heard that also. I mean, any game that doesn't have... As far as I could tell, from what I've seen of the game, it doesn't have basically any actual anti-cheat mechanism, and it's an online game. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a little bit more, just like a couple more attempts here. It would be fun. It would be fun to beat the game this stream. Because I really do feel like if I have to cut this into another stream, the next streams for Silksong's to be like half an hour long. Because that feels... Yeah, it really does feel like what would happen. Okay, I need to not get hit by that attack. Okay, 1, 2. I'm gonna heal while I have the chance. That was a misread on my part. Okay, I'm gonna heal again. Yeah, Lace really seems like straight lines and 45-degree angles. Okay. But Lace can also hit me from quite a ways away. Yeah, Lace can hit me from quite a ways away, which is mildly concerning. Because these attacks have a large hurt box on them. I'm gonna use my reserve bind on the phase transition. I'm gonna use my reserve bind on the phase transition. But yeah, there's a little bit off track. I'm gonna give Lost Lace 2 more attempts this stream. I'm gonna give Lost Lace 2 more attempts this stream, and then just due to time limitations. Yeah, you can think of like 4 ways to cheat off the top of your head if you knew how to code. I mean, anything you can do as the player, you can have a bot do also. What I've seen with Mecha Chameleon, the most common way people cheat the game is by taking advantage of the fact that there's nothing checking that you're the one actually doing the painting, and that's really unfortunate. I might not count this as one of my 2 attempts. Yeah, I'm not counting that as one of my 2 attempts. So 2 more 2 attempts. Because thank you, Silksong. Yeah, I think the most common way is they basically have a bot that just auto-paints them with the perfect camouflage, no matter where they are. So it basically removes the entire painting part of it and just turns you into an actual, like, chameleon. Except actually even better than that, because it's, like, pixel perfect. Which, kind of, from what I've seen of the game, would ruin the point of the game. Oh, come on. Are you gonna... Okay, I can kind of actually outrun that. I can actually sort of outrun that attack. That's... I think useful to know. Okay, because a lot of these attacks aren't actually... Yeah, a lot of these attacks aren't actually terrible to dodge. That was definitely a skill issue on my part. That bit of damage right there. I don't really like prop hunt style games. They're so easy to cheat in, because half the prop hunt style games don't put anything into their anti-cheat system. Okay, this is a slightly terrifying situation to be in. I'm gonna use my reserve bind. It's a very good thing I used my reserve bind right there. Okay. Yeah, auto painting perfectly, collision hacks. That would also, yeah. Yeah, out of bounds would also work. Because I'm pretty sure the game doesn't actually even have any validation that you have collision applying to you, from what I've seen. I'm a software engineer. That's my job. I think about this sort of stuff a lot. I always think about I'm always thinking about how, like, code for games or websites or basically anything that runs on code, aka like 90% of the world, will break. Because that's kind of my entire job, is working out how a computer is going to break and making it not break. I may not count this as one of my 2 attempts either. Yeah, I like how my 2 attempts always turns into like 4 or 5 or 6 attempts. It's like that. It's like I'm not gonna count a bad attempt as an attempt for ending stream because I don't want to end on a, especially because I don't want to end the stream on a bad attempt. Okay, again. But yeah, I spent a lot of time thinking about just the different ways I could that just games and stuff can break. Silksong's a relatively put together game, but Silksong also has some issues in its code. It doesn't count as a try if you're not trying. It doesn't count as a try if I don't get to try. Yeah, I mean, I'm a software engineer. Because there was some funny stuff I saw in Silksong's code when I was trying to track down the Craw Father, or the Craw summons, and figure out why it took like 50 benches for it to spawn. And it's all stuff that like documented because it's not. I wasn't trying to like do a deep dive into every bug in Silksong's code base, but still just funny stuff. It's still just a lot of funny stuff I found in there, and also some of the names that the game uses for features are pretty entertaining. Oh gosh. Okay, I'm gonna heal there. I'm surprised I didn't take damage from that. Yeah, so the number of things I'm surprised I don't take damage from is honestly kind of nice. I'm gonna use my reserve bind, and I'm gonna heal off that. I'm just gonna avoid that attack completely. Okay, you're gonna slide down. Okay, that attack, those attacks aren't terrible. Yeah, those attacks aren't terrible. Yeah, I can kind of punish a lot of the attacks that I was called Lace Hornet, and I'm not sure why. Okay, that's rough for the phase transition. I don't think I've looked at the code for SCP Containment Breach. But yeah. So what's spiffing breach? How do they even calculate that? Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about how to calculate, but lots and lots of math is probably the answer. Like, not my like formal education in computer science included almost an entire math degree's worth of math, which is a terrifying amount of just numbers. Oh yeah, the cross summons. I mean, I dropped out basically the entire cross summons code into my Discord while I was trying to debug it, because writing it out helped me. But that is the last attempt I'm going to make today of the boss, because I'm kind of running out of time. But yeah, it's the cross summons code's kind of a mess. So each time you sit at one of the specific benches, the ones on the wiki are the correct set of benches. If you sit on the bench long enough for it to trigger you healing, recrafting tools, and whatnot, it will check that you have the black threaded world, aka you're in Act 3. It will check that you've hit the lever for cross summon, and it will check that you've completed I think it's called the Elegy of the Deep quest. you have that one marked as completed. If all three of those are true, it can summon, and you're at one of the correct benches. Though it checks it at the other benches, just can't summon it at the other benches. It will run the code to check if it should spawn crow summons, where it will take the number 1 and then add 0.25 to it for each heart you have collected, plus the flower, plus Silksong, which is why the percentage goes up from 20 to 50%, multiplies that by 0.2, and then does a weighted chance of whether or not it should spawn it or not based off of that. It is really complicated, and it's about 10 times more complicated than it needs to be, the code, but it's fairly stable. Anyways, yeah, that's a lot of math. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to beat Lost Lace next Silksong stream, which will be probably next week sometime. I may add a bonus stream on Monday for Lost Lace, if I'm being completely honest. Or maybe even Friday this week. We'll see. Yeah, thanks for stopping by stream, everybody. Hope you had a good time. Sorry that my internet was kind of a little bit of a buggy mess right at the start of stream. I don't remember which game I put tomorrow and which game I put Thursday. One of them's Ender Magnolia, and one of them is Memories in Orbit. Yeah, thanks for my stream, everybody, and have an absolutely wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye. If it'll go to the end screen. Apparently me relaunching OBS midstream broke the shortcut.